we go. We should be all good to go. Everything seems to be working. Everything seems to be going good and good. Is it pronounced, let's see, lixithical? Lixithical. Like ethical or lixithical. And hi, Spooky. Welcome. Let me go ahead and do this 5-minute timer. And kind of see, it looks like I'm leaning a little bit, like leaning to the side. Let me fix that really quickly. 1 second. There we go. Should be better. Analytical, but replace Anna with lexical? Like that? Like popsicle? Or, no, analytical. Lixalithical. There we go. So hype for this topic. You love seeing how people approach reflective stuff in Pixelart? It's something you want to get better at? Yeah, I'm excited. I think I've done 1 reflexive. That's it. Hi, Disco. Welcome. Yeah, the thing is, I forget who suggested it, but someone wanted to cover the topic of machines. And the thing is, before we could even touch machines, we have to touch how to draw metal. So I figured we figure out gems and glass and metal this week. And the next week we can work on the topic of machines to kind of slowly build our way up. Like drawing, rocks before drawing mountains. Gotta work on the pebbles first. But I am definitely excited. This is oh man, haven't drawn it before. I tried drawing glass once before for my cafe with the glass bottles. So I'm hoping, at the very least, I'll get better at drawing glass. That way I can go back and just redraw that aspect of it. Hopefully, fingers crossed. How are all of you today, though? I am certainly excited. I am sleepy. It's so much the fact I woke up early this morning and I already had my coffee, so I do not have a cup of coffee today. Today, I have some, what would you even call this? It's the little water packet you get with water. Some of that flavored water. That's what I have on the drink list today. Let me get some as well. I hope I am excited. You saw your devlog 0 video, very interesting. Thank you. I hope interesting in a good way. I was trying something new with formatting. Usually I do a lot of fast transitions and whooshes and sound effects, but I wanted it to be a more somber approach, very serious. So I went with very subtle, light. If anything, I wish the music was a little louder. But overall, I'm very happy with how it came out. It's simpler, but I think it helps. And I'm hoping with the devlogs at least, I can have a way to approach it so people who haven't seen the coding streams and everything will be able to catch up without having to watch the 4 hours. And each 4 hours, what are we at now? Probably like, if I had to guess, maybe 32 hours? If we're on number 8, that's 8 times 4, quick maths. Let's see, 8 times 2 is 16, 32. So that's about 32 hours, right? I hope they did that quick math right. I'm trying to tell you. I like simple math. And I like it when I could use a calculator. I like when the math doesn't involve fractions. Fractions or decimals. Then we're good to go. And then the thing of, well, game dev, you gotta deal with a lot of math. And that's probably why, yeah, you do have to learn math. But I think you like the idea of math. I do too. It's just overall math. And welcome, Virus. Welcome. Yeah, math is cool. But I like learning math for math. Not learning math because you want me to do a formula and then I have to use that formula to apply it to situations. I'd rather have to learn why I need to apply the Pythagorean theorem when I get to it. Overall, I'm very excited for art time. Pixelart. And I'm thinking, because I've been trying to think of different topics. These certain topics are the first time I do stuff goes on my 30-day series. The only issue is making sure I can edit and script and upload. Your hand is better? You think after tomorrow it's gonna be healed or something? Good, I'm glad. I don't know how fast it takes to heal something like that, but I'm glad it's doing better, and I'm glad you're feeling better. Let's see. Oh yeah, topics. So, got some topics, and those will be to the 30-day series, I think. Once we finish, we're at 4 topics that I need to add, so that'll make it 18 out of 30, which is getting close. Then we'll also tackle machines. What else can we tackle? Aside from machines, I definitely think maybe the gemstones will need a number 2 video. That won't be going in it. Rank holidays? What do you mean? Yeah, overall, that's the agenda. That's the go-to. That'll be what's coming up the next weeks. And with that, the timer is up. So it's time to get into the strategy talk and the plans for today. Let's go ahead and go to good old classic stream plan screen. I said that right, stream plan screen. There we go. Today we're drawing various materials. We're going to start with our Pixelart of the day, look at some resources, then we're gonna play a game. I thought that'd be fun, called Spot the Difference. Trademark, you can't take it. I made it, it's all me. And after that game, we're gonna look at how to draw metal, gemstones, and glass. And then, if we finish all of this, the glass icon is so cute, thank you! I wasn't sure what to do. I was thinking magnifying glass, but I ended up going with a glass sliver. So that's the plans. I'm hoping if we can get all this done, the end drawing can be like a bejeweled crown. That way it covers the metal of the crown while also covering the jewels on the crown. But that might be a little overzealous. We might want to do 2 metals, 2 gemstones and everything. PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. I always do one of these. Okay, so with that said, let me go ahead and open up. Oops. Okay, this screen. Right here. We're all good. What's up? And how Pixelart of the day works is that we spend 5 minutes. Speaking of, let me get the timer out. Oops. We spend 5 minutes looking at some pixel art I found online, be it Twitter or otherwise. In this case, it was ArtStation. Oh, let me click. In this case, it was ArtStation. That's so sick, thank you. Or did you mean the art? But Pixel of the Day is a 5-minute section I do at the start of the stream where we study a pixel art that's related to the topic we're gonna draw, try to see what techniques we can notice about the pixel art. Here's some techniques and just questions you can try to ask yourself. So we try to list as many as we can within 5 minutes to kind of get our brains going, as I think the best way to make pixel art is to make sure you're getting a lot of input and also making sure you can critically digest. Actual diamond hand, yeah. I thought it was so cool. This creature goes in this environment. Starving, and then you make so much Robux. We can talk about game topics later, as I'm not sure, and like I said, not a fan of Roblox. Okay, with that said, let me go ahead and turn on my tablet. After I make sure the water that was full, oh boy. And then 5 minutes, reset, and go. Okay, so step 1, I always like to think, okay, of these two, hold on. Of these two, what would you prefer looking at? I kind of gave you a bit of an option. I'm thinking this one just because environment. But this one's also cool because creatures. Like as a little blush. I'm thinking, oh, I also forgot to say, it's by Benson Studios. There we go. Okay, I'm thinking we start with the top one though. Now we restart it. Blush is wild, yeah, he looks so shy. Okay, so that being said, looking at this, what immediately pops to your mind? I really like the colors, and I'm always a fan of colors, so I'm always trying to dissect how colors are used. For example, we can go ahead and better make sure I can draw on it. There we go. Let's go with this one. Okay, the primary colors I'm seeing in this is we have some purple, we have some pink, and we have some blue. The atmosphere looks a little cozy for some reason. Yeah, that's a good one. So let's see, the colors are pink, purple, P-U-R-E-L-E, and blue, U-E. So a lot of very cold hues, but very warm. Do you think this is a warm or cold pink? Let's see, you're feeling cozy. I can definitely see that. E-L-I-N-G, cozy. There we go. Let's see, the colors are gorgeous. The slightly teal water is so pretty. Yes, I'll show you after when we're done with this. This is actually an animation. So you'll see. But yeah, I'm thinking, while it is blue, I'm getting warm vibes. I'm getting cozy. I definitely think maybe it's the warmer side of colors. We can go ahead and say warm, maybe. I'm getting atmospheric feels. Water looks pure, yeah. I think that adds to it feeling better. If it were murky and darker, it'd be different. Hi, Ari. Guess your chat on YouTube doesn't send to you. Oh no, it hasn't done it yet. Hold on. It takes a second for the bot to load up. Hi, DCat, and hi, Giraffe. Hello, hello. My apologies, it hasn't showed up yet. Yeah. Oh man, hold on. Let me make sure I have that on the other screen. It always takes a second, but okay. It's on this screen. We're good. Okay. But welcome. I hope you're doing well. Okay. Let me tap back into here. And what else? Let's see. I guess maybe pure might be a good term for it, for the water being... Yeah, water looks pure, it feels pure. Let's go ahead and pure. YouTube being a little silly. It does, it always does. Yeah, I was waiting for the thing to pop up, but it doesn't. So I have it on here. You're getting Lofi's because of the cozy feel? Yeah, I can see it. Kind of crystals. I can kind of imagine like a sound of crystals in a environment. I really like the use of light here with the light rays. I think that adds to the atmosphere. We have some light rays. DHT rays. There we go. And you're awesome. Thank you. You are too. I appreciate you putting up with the YouTube chat not connecting just quite yet. Okay, so what else? We zoom in a little bit here. Kind of interesting how they use specks. Mountains in the distance. This is more so in a cave. I'm guessing cave, but it could be really big that these are mountains. So I'm getting that once again, that light rays feeling cozy. It's very atmospheric. We can say that. ATMOSPHERE. There we go. Like outside the cave. Could be outside maybe, but I'm thinking it's inside because this here, right from the top, I forget if it's called stalactites or stalagmites. Let's see, continuing. It looks awesome. I agree. I really like it. Here, the crystals that are in the front are very detailed. Oh, YouTube chat says it's connected now. That's good. But in here, back here, it says, oh, not it says, but it's less detailed and it's also darker, which is interesting. Yeah, I agree. Very pretty. Hopefully we can come up with some of these. So the atmosphere, I think the distance is nice. The further it goes back, further crystals, further crystals, EALS, further crystals equal less light, ESS, light, and let me make sure to go down here, less light and less detail. ETAIL. Let's see. One thing you're not really a fan of is how jagged everything is. It seems like the image has been scaled or something. Maybe? I did get it off of ArtStation, so maybe. If I do it like this, does it make it any better? The fountain. Ah, yeah. I would get, maybe this is like a healing? I could see this as like a fountain of healing you would go to get restoration. It might give you a regeneration buff. I could feel that, it being something like that. But I agree. My question is why did they decided? Yep, of course. My question is why they decided to do, oops. If I can draw dots like that. Is that a thing because it didn't scale correctly, or was that intentional? It does look different, but let me show you since the timer is up. As this one also is a little bit interesting how there's dots on the creature. It makes me wonder, is it a rendering thing that it didn't upload, or was this intentional? And in speaking that, I can go ahead and also show you the animated version. If it'll let me, and let me go ahead and pull it up. Hello, Escobar. Welcome back. Okay, here we go. The ones on the monster look more intentional. Oh, I see. Yeah, because it's more prominent. But what about on the monster, like, down here? This dot right here. Is that intentional? I can see these being intentional, but I'm not sure about a dot maybe like that. Okay. Yeah, that's what would you call it? It's not a cluster, it's something else, like a singleton, I think. But things like that, I'm not sure if it's stylistic or it's not. And just quickly, so you can see, as I really do find it very pretty. Stray Pixel, yeah, Stray Pixel. The crystal monster looks like he lost his contacts and is looking for them. Yeah, he looks so sad, I agree. It looks like he's hopelessly looking around for something. If I go into, oops, Pure F. Oh, I say as it's very off-centered. Hold on. Hero, work with me here. Let me just, You saw nothing. The mouse expression is so good. Yeah, I'm getting very bashful. Let me just go ahead and, fix that. Pretty, yeah, right? So this is the actual animated artwork. And I like it. I like it because of the sheen of the crystals and everything. I think maybe because it's freeze frame, but you can even see that. You can even see there 3 pixels. So maybe not, but I like it. And in saying that, we can go ahead and transition into talking about resources. Now, I didn't expect it, as beforehand when I've done topics, it's usually been not a lot of material to work off, but apparently gems and metals are a very popular topic to do, surprisingly. And there are a lot of artists that you can see up here who have tutorials on gems and crystals. These are just a few, but I was looking at them, and the names are up there if you're curious, but some of them are tutorials, and I thought these might be helpful in showing us a step-by-step guide. And I'm trying to figure out where I can put the chat at to make it a little bit easier to read. Maybe up here for now? But up here, you can see there's different tutorials. Just different objects and materials I was looking at. Here's some stone. This person had, I really liked the way this one was very light and blue. We have some, let's see, gemstone tutorials, really in-depth. This was by Rapinum on Twitter. And lots of tutorials, so I always figure this is great resources to look at. And who else do we have? Just more resources. I always like looking and seeing how people do certain things, so it's always helpful when they have a detailed way of how they do things step by step. Let's see, we have Try Happy. And again, just details, so if all else fails, maybe we can look at these for some inspiration. And some of these have little faces. We have this one by Coin Crown. Okay, that's step 1 of resources. Step 2 is that, if I can open it up and see it, it looks like you did some pixel games like Terraria or Core Keeper. Yeah, Terraria, I can see Terraria. I haven't seen Core Keeper before, but I can see it, yeah. Okay, if I go back over to here, see, we can now see YouTube in all its glory. Down here, or you can just do, it should work. Sometimes it doesn't like to work. But if I do this, you'll also be able to get the link to the document, and under the stream, or just by doing !docs, it should bring you to this page. Oh, my eyes. It should bring you to this page if I can, can we turn this on? Oh, I can't see anything. Never mind, you're gonna have to be blinded. This is a playlist of all the resources I was able to find while looking into the topics that we're discussing today. So if you want a place to start with learning metals, glass, or gemstones, you can look here. What is it? Where is that at? I have some of the Twitter artists I mentioned. Up here are just some general tutorials and also tutorials on specific topics like gem, metal, rock, ice, sand. And when you click on those, they'll bring you to certain pages where they talk about certain topics. And I thought this was handy. It was handy for me, and I've got it as references saved. And on here, the Sprite resource. Hello, Serious Lofi. Welcome. And on the Sprite resource, it is a resource you can go to that has the assets from games. Sometimes Pixelart games, sometimes not. Up here, I have some Pixelart games that relate to gemstones and minerals. This isn't the Sprite resource, but it's from Minecraft. I thought that was helpful. You're able to just download the texture pack from Minecraft and look at how they do different textures for materials and everything. Thought that was handy, as we'll certainly be looking at it. And then on here, we have itch.io. Itch.io is a website I use frequently, and a lot of people use, if not for making games, to sell art. And up here we have for items in Pixelart. So if you're curious on how to draw, for example, let's see, this. You can download this in its raw file, and instead of looking at it like we did for the Pixelart of the day, you'll be able to drag it into something like Aseprite or GIMP or your art style of choice, and you'll be able to look at it in all its shiny glory. And to show what I mean, here is one for potions called Valley Friends Potions by, one second, Atelier Pixelarina. I hope I'm saying that right. And by downloading this, you're able to get this file, right? And let me go ahead and bring you to. That's really handy. It is. It is. Look at that. Caught the stream. How have you been? Welcome, Clash. How have you been? I've been good. I'm excited. Oh boy, am I excited. So you can go ahead and download that, and you can get... Everything just wants to resize today. No, I did try to prep. It just decides, nah, you know what? I want to resize just a smidge. But you get the actual file itself, and you can see this is 16 by 16. And you can go ahead and study these raw files and get ideas and understand how they're doing the pixel art instead of doing like what we did back here in concepts, where we just had to look at it at a glimpse. Well, it's handy in the fact you can just download it for yourself and take a look. And if we go back into Aseprite, up here, aside from the Valley Friends potions, I have, and let me... Couldn't find Terraria's potions, but this was just more potions to look at. That's crazy how much variety they managed to make with such small size. Yeah, I thought it was really commendable. Clash? Didn't know you could change your name now? I said Clash, didn't I? Maybe I didn't pronounce the L enough. Hi, Clash. And I compared it to Terraria's. This is the game Terraria, and the way they have different shapes. I'm not sure the size, I wasn't able to find it, but I thought it was interesting how much in the way Terraria has different shaped potions, so do they, and I just find that really interesting. May the Twitch audio come out of your office brand smart streak touch. That's good. Okay, here is some Stardew Valley gemstones. Here is some materials from Pokemon games, and you can see down here we have lots of different materials, and I just kind of went through these and tried to see which ones would be useful. Brand, try to keep things on what is it? Topic. There we go. Here's Minecraft, and here is the new Minecraft. So I got all of these files together. Potion lore stream. Glad to see it. Yeah, that's for glass. Maybe we'll draw some potions. And then in here, all I did was, if I can pop it up, grab some Minecraft, grab some of the ones I think look like gemstones from the Pokemon game, and also grab some stuff from Stardew Valley. There we go. And so with these, we'll be able to look at some stuff and think, how did they do it? Why did they do it? But before that, now it is game time. And we're gonna try to spot as many things as we can within 1 minute. We'll do it for 5, so another 5 minutes. But I wanted to see if you could spot the difference. And I'll go ahead and, let's see, much about Stardew Valley. What is that? It is a pixel art farming game. And these are some of the minerals you can get from mining. I really like the art. Okay, so with that said, I'm gonna go ahead and crop this like so, and I'll bring us back into here. Would highly recommend. I agree, it's a very cozy game. You like cozy, you'll like that. Okay, and then let me make sure I can type. Just drag this in. Stardew looks neat. It is. It has a very distinct style. Some people don't like it, but I am very much of the opinion I do. So it's always nice. Okay. So go back into PureGraph, which is this program right here. Minecraft is much more blocky, of course. Others are more detailed and some are more colorful. Yeah. All right. So on the left here, and let me move you back to down here, right beside me. Gotta scoot over. Down here, or not down here. On the left is the old artwork of Minecraft, and on the right is the updated new version of Minecraft. So we have some coal, some iron, some gold, some emeralds, and other materials. So I'm looking at this. I want to spend a bit of time, just a few minutes, looking at the differences and seeing what we can spot to see why they made changes or change the way they did things. Each Minecraft texture is 16 by 16, and I'm always just amazed at how there's different ways you can draw an item. And for example, with the emeralds, we can go ahead and start off, and let me go ahead and change this timer. 1 minute, and yeah, old Minecraft is a bit simpler, like redstone was simpler, the new redstone more detailed. Okay, let's start on redstone then. What do you notice about redstone? Let me go ahead and zoom in. Yeah, I'd say redstone, more detailed. Right, it's this guy right here. I'd say it had less color. I'd say, it was very spotty maybe. Maybe what they used was a technique of, I think it's a lot more shaded. You can kind of see up here how they're shading right in this area here. But here, There's a lot more colors. There's a lot more smoothing. Redstone, more smoothing. Let's see. Quartz. Mako was probably the most noticeable. Needed 2 either way. Let's see. Redstone more sparkly. I agree. Sparkly. K-O-Y. Sparkly. And I think that's because of the color usage. I think maybe it was a use of maybe dithering that made it look a little bit more sparkly. Let's say maybe dithering helped in making it look sparkly. Okay, let's try looking at quartz now. That is a very good idea. Let's go back in here, reset the timer, and taking a look at quartz. Quartz is this guy up here. So what do you notice immediately? Immediately, I can say quartz now looks like a crystal. I can say that for certain. Or it looks more jagged, sharp, crystal. Dithering is an interesting technique with making grainy materials because it actually makes it look realistic. Yeah, redstone is very grainy. It looks like a crystal instead of a shrimp. Crystal, no longer shrimp. Yeah, I think they made it look more crystal, definitely. I think the left one is more round, and if you're trying to make a mineral, you don't want round unless you're going for, I don't even know what a soft mineral would be considered. Maybe another thing is, there's just a lot more edges. Edges, you can say. Do you think with redstone, when mining it lights up, so they wanted to make it more warm and glossy? Yeah, make it look more glowy. Here, I'll add that back. Or not that back, but glowy. Let's see. Bigger, more of a bundle. Yep. Bigger, bundle, more obvious. Obvious? Alright. Glowstone has a warmer color. Yep. Let's look at glowstone next. Let's see. Glowstone. And we go back into scripts. I reset the timer. Let's take a look at glowstone now. It is, hold on, this guy down here. Obvious, yeah. Old quartz looks smoother. Like the new one has sharper, more, yep, sharp. Okay. Do you, hold on. I will restart the timer. Let me read this. You still think the new quartz kind of feels weird compared to the other changes? Most of them avoided darker lines inside the object and instead used brighter lines when within the object, but quartz went the opposite, confuses you so much. Okay, let's take a look. So let's see. You think because of these lines here, you said most of them avoided darker lines inside the object. Oh, can I click on it? Okay. Darker lines inside. I think that's a good point. Most of it, they have darker lines for shading or outline. Darker lines for outline, but is inside. I think that's a good point. Okay, let's go on to where was it? Glowstone, this guy down here. It's meant to be a glowing dust. Glowstones, hold on. There we go. Glowstone's whole color palette and shifted shading, giving it more powdery look. Yeah, I can agree. They gave it the redstone treatment, you might even say. If it'll let me draw on it. There we go. Powdery. Powdery. Let's see. Powdery. Yo, color choice is so much better. I agree. Better color. Maybe because it's warmer. Better color, warmer. It's kind of a awkward greenish yellow. Let's see. The old one looks kind of like toxic mustard. Old equals toxic mustard. I agree. Let's see. The glowstone more orange colored now than before when it was pure yellow. Yeah, I think that's what it is. More orange equals more warmer. There was a comment before. Let me make sure I didn't miss it. Yeah, glowstone has a warmer color. Yep, I agree. Oh, hold on, see if I can get it right. Like solidical, right? Warmer, I definitely agree. I think they did the same exact texture they did for redstone. This starting soon in front of my face. I think because they did it in the same sense as redstone, makes it look more shiny, right? And they just changed the color to make it look warmer instead of, like you said, toxic yellow. And new equals Mountain Dew color. What do you mean old was Mountain Dew color? One interesting thing is not all pixels are the same. Ooh, that's true. I thought it was just a recolor, but that's a very good point. Here. Let's really go ahead and look at it deep into here. Yeah, look, you got two of these, got some of these up here, right? But then down here, this is down here. Oh no, hold on. They look the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. They look the same. Better color is such a no info statement. What makes it better here? You think it's more of a natural color? where it feels like something would find somewhere in the natural world that is not chemically done. Yeah, I think because it's warmer. Like Spooky stated, it's like a toxic yellow. You can see down here with the color is that it's in this weird color area. Let's see. I would say it's more leaning towards green, but if you go here, it's leaning more towards orange to give it a warmer color. I think that's what makes it better. I think they're recolors, yeah. Looks like a recolor, as I'm seeing the dots look exactly the same. Let's see, bottom right sticks out. Yes, I think it sticks out because of the color change. And let me make sure I go ahead and do new Minecraft. We can even put it up here, and I know there's a way to change it. Let me go ahead and see if I can just do adjustments, hue saturation. If I do hue, let's see, like there, heighten the saturation, lower the light. Kind of looks a little more like redstone, right? I definitely think it's a recolor. You mean the pixels? Oh, yeah. Let's see. I'm seeing more of a color change, if anything. But I might have to look at it more in detail. Pretty sure the hue just shifted, yeah. There's a light up here in this area, dark down here. So there's always a sense of direction with the light, and they kind of make it look round. So with that said, let me undo the move. And now let's attempt to give all this drawing a go. And to start out, let's see, what did I say first? I think I said metals, right? Let me double check. Full screen definitely is recolors. There we go. Metal, yep, metal first. Okay. Just looking in it, the original was also a recolor. Yeah, one's just red, one's just yellow. Let's see, go back into Aseprite. Did Mojang ever say anything about their old color choice? Were they trying to stick something like 16 or 32-bit colors and now branch out to more, or what made them change the colors? I tried to look into it, I couldn't really find why they changed the color. It's simple things that some subtly change, like colors stay the same here, the shape's just different. Little things like that. Gonna spend some time with your fam? Alright, have fun! Gunpowder might actually be just a no saturated redstone. Ooh, you make a fair point. Let's see if I just edit really quickly. Lower the saturation. Look at that! Just about, yeah. Yeah? Not entirely sure. I'd say so. Just about if you mess with the settings a little bit, right? Now it's salt. There you go. It's crazy what a color change could do. Alright, so metal-wise, Minecraft's old art style was leftovers with notched texture styles until Mojang. Yeah, I think that's it. They just wanted to update things, but I'm curious why they didn't change everything. It's just some things they changed. Metal-wise, when looking at the metal, let's see, what do we spot? I'm seeing a pattern of just outside is shiny, right? If it's an ingot. Here, let's see, there's no more metals here, so let's move on to Pokemon. This is more of a rock, but metal, this is kind of metal, right? What was it, silver? Quicksilver, I think you'd call it. And let me go ahead and change the sizing a little bit. Let me make it hard, hold on. I might have to look at that a little bit better later. Oh, yeah, I see it. Hold on. Copy. And paste. Oops. Yeah, I see what you mean. I do agree, Spooky. Up here, there's just a shiny bit, right, with the metals. Let's see, playing with filters makes these pop out really quickly, yep. Pokemon Pixelart items always look really cool. Yeah, I wasn't able to get into it, but it's just that thing of looking at it and noticing. Here you can see some anti-aliasing. You can see some silvery parts here. It's just a matter of keeping form and sheen. So when we do metal, we're gonna have to keep form and sheen in mind. And let's see, does Stardew Valley have any metal? I'm not really seeing much metal. It's mostly rock, it seems like. And saying that, if we go back over to... Oops, my mouse just broke apart. Hold on. 1 second. I gotta put it back together. There we go. Okay. There we go. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Let's go ahead and... I can reorganize. I'm trying out a new layout. I can tell with the preview and everything. Okay. Like, for a bunch of them, you understand their choices. May it be more detailed, clearer to read, because outlines take darker colors. Thank you for the follow, Warted Lamb, and Lixolytical. Welcome. Let's see. Like a bunch of them, you understand their choices. May it be more detailed, clearer to read. And let me go into PureRef. Clearer to read because outlines take darker colors, and inside stays brighter in general. Shapes differ more to make it easier to distinguish. You do agree? Let me make this a move. See, they try to avoid extreme color choices and make everything more mute to make it feel less connected overall, but some things just feel off, like the quartz as well. Yeah, they took a different direction than I expected for the quartz. Okay, let's see. What else did I miss? The Pokemon Diamond looks like a Chaos Emerald. Also, you really like bent spoon sprites. Yeah, I was thinking maybe we could do a bent spoon. I'll take a look at the Diamond in a second. Oh, no, I know what you mean, like Sonic, right? So here I have some references to metal. I thought it'd be nice and easy to start early with metal and work our way up. And saying that, what kind of metal object do you think we should start off with? I'm thinking we start off with some sheets. Here we have raw iron ore. This is raw copper ore. This is raw gold ore that I could find. And these are just some gold and iron materials. So I say, maybe try drawing some iron ore first. That could be fun. So let's go ahead. Which one should we draw? This one kind of has like a stripy line, right? And this one's more orangey. Now, I'm not too sure how this works. I think I can just, if I remember correctly, mode, where are we at? Window, canvas, images. Oh, hold on. Export, selected image. There we go. Export the image. And if we go back into Aseprite, hello, Abraham, welcome. Welcome. There we go. We can see now. And before that, I just wanted to show off. Oh, never mind. But I get what you're saying, yeah. But welcome. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull this into here. If it'll let me pull it into here. It's taking a second. There we go. This way you can see the reference. And we're all on the same page for what we're looking at. Or if you just want to also try giving it a draw yourself, it'll be up there. And I'm thinking, let's do 16 by 16 and also 32 by 32. Just to start off, something small. And in saying that, let me make sure I can also see the reference on my screen. Pull it up, and it is this orange guy. Okay. Have any of you drawn rocks before? I am curious. And while I'm saying that, I think I have some... No, okay. We have to do our own colors too. Okay. Let's do this. Lower it down a little bit. Line it up a bit. And we'll just start down here in this little corner. We'll call it home for now, and I'll zoom in a little bit. Now go ahead and turn on my tablet. I think the first topic I covered when starting Pixelart was rocks. So this is like a throwback. You're actually doing a thing called Rocktober, where you draw a Pixelart rock every day. Ooh, I've heard of Inktober, I've heard of Sortember, but never Rocktober. I might have to join next year. That sounds like fun. Okay, let's see. That rock is kind of more, I'd say maybe deeper blue. You did with trees earlier this year? Ooh, what month was it for trees? Let's see. I'm thinking it's very dark gray. Rock and stone, yeah, rock and roll. Maybe this color? Maybe we want it a little bit more silvery for our rock. Maybe a little bit more warm for the silvery. You should do formal pixel art, but currently you're focusing more on programming. That's more than fine, but yeah, I've been trying to make sure I do more pixel art. That's one of the reasons I like streaming. It gives me a chance to make sure, even if I'm doing programming, I'm still making sure I get some pixel art reps in. All I'm doing here is just trying to get a list of colors. We start down here where it's darker, and we kind of just keep hue shifting until we get brighter and brighter. Started an area of blue, but I think I might make it a little bit colder by just shifting it over to blue ever so slightly, like that, to give the colors a little bit more feel than just gray. And then I usually like to do 5 colors. You think Keeker has some cool rock pixel art? Ooh, I'll be sure to take a look at it. I am always a fan in learning about more games' pixel art colors. I always like them. I'm grabbing up here a color for the sheen. Let's see, we have our one color, we have, thinking this is the middle color, we have our highlight color, then we have our light color, and this one needs to be a little bit more blue. Probably here, and then we need that darker medium color, maybe somewhere along this lines, maybe make it a little bit brighter. There we go. I'm thinking that's all good. I can go ahead and just get rid of this guy. That does make a lot of sense, yeah, just stay in the right headspace for art part. Yup! Try to make days, some days for art, some days for programming to keep a balance, or at least attempt. I'm just trying to see, color-wise, what color can the background be to help us? I think this is fine. Staying with these colors, at least for now. And as for that iron, that's a really deep orange, isn't it? Right, not deep, bright, but it's dark. So maybe we can take that middle color that we had, go over that orange and maybe something like this. Or maybe we can make it a little bit more reddish, a little something like that. Maybe we can even make it a little bit more vibrant to stay up and nice and bright. Maybe something like that. Or even a little bit more harsh, more saturation. we can test and see where we go. Let me move this guy to down here. Okay. Well, with that said, let me go ahead and lower this a little bit so I can see the background, so we can keep in mind our small area. And let's do not that one, actually. Let me export and do a different one I had, as that one's a little bit easier, I think, on the areas. So let me go ahead and export and put this guy on screen instead. I think this one might be a little bit easier to get the gist of. Okay, so to start off, we have 3 sides, right? So if we go in here, we'll just take this bright color, make a new layer. Try to think about the sides. There's kind of one side here that has this one side. Usually they're divided into 3 areas. So you kind of have this street side, and then you have, let's see, I'd say maybe that's the light side. Right, light side, this might be considered your medium side. It looks more like a triangle. I might put that triangle up there, like that. And then this might be your dark side. So we can go ahead and use that dark color all the way back here. So maybe it starts back here, like that, for our rock. I'd say that looks pretty rocky. You can go ahead and move that a little bit. There's a world trying to figure out, okay, what else can we add? It kind of has this little section over here, right? Make it look a little bit more rock-like. We might make it go back more in space for more perspective. Maybe a little more of this. We can also make sure to add an outline around the edges, as it really only seems to have a few sides to it. We might do something like this. Make it feel rocky. And then we can color the outline later. For now, oops. I closed it. Hold on. Let me reopen it. Is it Control X that closes it? Let's see. Where were we at? Show you materials, Pixelart materials, Aseprite, reopen. Let me back in. Here we are. Nothing happened. You're imagining things. Okay. And then maybe something like this. And then kind of figure out, maybe we can extend some parts like this. Nah, I'm thinking this can be more extended. Maybe something like that. Like this. Maybe more like this. To add to that feeling jagged, but you can kind of see when I get rid of certain parts, it makes it feel a lot different. So maybe we can do more so something like that to make it feel more like an area, but it kind of looks like a crystal in a way, doesn't it? So maybe instead what we can do is move this guy over, maybe shift a few things around, as what I'm thinking with the color, oops, hold on. Oh, I see. Oh boy, hold on. This guy got drawn on the wrong layer. Always forget to lock them. I can go ahead and just chop that, paste it, select the gray, and then put the gray back. There we go. Looks like a rock mitten. I can agree it does. Let's try to change that. That's a good plan. Okay. Let me go ahead and close this. Rock mitten, you're right. Maybe it's the color? Maybe we should be darker? As I'm definitely getting a darker color overall. So maybe, maybe this guy's darker. This guy becomes that color, and this guy, oops. See, that guy becomes this color. That guy becomes this color. I think that's a little bit better, they might be a little bit too similar. And then mittens. Maybe the iron will help. Let's see. Adding the iron, I'm thinking maybe this color, it kind of helps with saturation. This one, you can kind of check the values a little bit, but when I add it, you can see it's very violent. So I'm thinking, that guy's out. We don't need him. This one's a little bit better. If we check our, hello, Abbo, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. If we go into grayscale, that's not a good color either. You can kind of see it doesn't pop out. So maybe we can go for something a little lighter? Like, what if it's this color? Kind of looks copperish though, right? Let's see. If I go into, oops, draw this again, and then I go into sprite and color mode, it's definitely brighter. Maybe we can make it a little bit brighter. Maybe a color like, oops, like this. And then if I go back into sprite, color mode, I think that one works. Gives it a brightness without being light. Have you heard about Godot's latest news? I have. We can save that for Monday stream when we do Godot. Hello, Rakathy. Did I say that right? Welcome to stream. So in this, there's kind of this orangish area here. And let me make sure I move this over as well. And copy and paste like that. Okay. We have a little bit of cold iron there. We have a little bit of iron up there. We've got some iron here, and I'd say some iron back here. Probably like that, right? So I'll go ahead and copy this, and you can kind of keep working with this guy for a little bit. You think you'll switch to Unity? It's up to you. Like I said, well, I guess talk about that on Sunday when we do programming. Okay. So, does it look more like a mitten now when you can, hold on. Mitten as much, or if anything, I think it's starting to look a little bit like crystals. But I'm definitely kind of feeling by adding the edge part, it helped a little bit, or adding the iron, it kind of helps. Thank you for the follow, not for you to see. Very interesting name, welcome. I'm thinking maybe if we add some streaks, perhaps like this, right? Maybe something like that, and then maybe something like that. I kind of like the chunks better, even if the other one's in streaks. Maybe something a little bit more like that. Here in the back, we have maybe a chunk that kind of goes down. Right now, we should talk about art. Yup, agreed. It is indeed art time. Maybe we can't... I kind of like this. We just need darker colors. So we can kind of go back up here. Get rid of these guys, since this will be our color of choice. And let me make sure I can move it down here. So let's go into light, so it'll be brighter, and maybe this color. I'm not really feeling that. We can go even brighter, maybe. Maybe something like that, though it's not very orange. Let's go back a little bit. Maybe something like that. You think it would look cool if you add some more doubles on the edge to make it more spiky? Ooh, good point. We should try that. Indeed. Also, think the chunks are better. Might need more than one color, though, to not feel so swooshy. Yep. This is the draft portion where we try to figure out the areas. It's the blobby method. Let's see. Making it cooler, making it darker to try to add a little bit more contrast. And then we can go a little bit darker again. Maybe something along the lines down here. And then we can go ahead and take this shaped guy, pick him up, move him over. And I definitely do like the doubles idea. Hold on. Like that. Well, it kind of does look like a crystal. But maybe that's what it needs to look like. You can kind of just slowly carve away at the areas. Maybe up here we can just do something like this and have it be like that. And then back here, maybe it comes back to like this. We do need a darker color here, or just a darker overall outline. Let's go ahead and maybe do this dark. Is this dark enough? It might have to be a little bit darker. Yeah. Either that has to be darker or this part has to be a little lighter. Yeah, we might need to switch up the colors just a little bit. For example, this, yeah, I see. Yeah, that was a great idea. Thank you. For example, oops. Maybe this guy becomes this guy. Maybe then we can go back to our darker shift. Maybe this guy is this guy. As orange and blue do work together, don't they? And then we can go grab this guy. Again, just shift and darker. Maybe something like that. Maybe we can also make this a little bit darker so we can tell a difference between all of them. Maybe this can also be a little bit more blue. And again, just checking our color mode, grayscale. There's not much contrast, but that's also okay. Kind of reminds you of like something you don't know, Bowser Shell. I can see it with the spiky parts. I can definitely see it. Let's see. Maybe make this a little bit brighter, like that. And then we need that dark color. So maybe something like that instead. And in saying that, we can go ahead and go back to this guy and go ahead with our edges to make things hopefully a little bit clearer on what we're doing. We'll just go along here and start outlining and our jagged edges. Maybe even something like that. And then we can go ahead and grab that bright color, grab that medium tone, and maybe grab the dark tone. But now what I'm looking at, maybe it's a little bit too blue. What do you think? Hello, Bananarama. Welcome back. I kind of like it a little bit more, but I think maybe it's a little bit too blue. I might lessen the blue a little bit by just going in and making sure. A little less blue. We don't need as much blue as I thought we might. Maybe something like that's a little bit better. This is more even striving into purple. And then you make sure that's like that, and maybe even a little bit darker, like that. Now, what do you think? I do like this light one, but I also like this dark one a little bit more, but now let's just keep it like this. Okay, so colors are a little bit different now. Let's just copy and move it over. I always like to keep copies just in case I want to change something a little bit later. Now, speaking of colors and everything, we can go ahead and scroll out a little bit, make sure I turn continuous back on, and for this light guy, we can go ahead and add this into light. Then we can go ahead and take that medium tone, go back into here. This light might have to become a little bit darker. That's medium, and then this one's darker. Not sure how I'm feeling about that one. This one might have to become a little bit more. The blue looks cool, but maybe try having it higher light to dark contrast so it pops out a little more. That's a good idea. Let's see. If I go back into here. Yeah, there's not too much contrast. I wanted the light to feel less light than everything else, but we can certainly pop up the contrast a little bit. Maybe roughen the rock a little bit to maybe 1 or 2 pixels. You're trying to picture it, so don't take your word for word. I mean, I'm always open to word for word. Oops, if I can choose the right screen. Back in color mode, we have, yeah, my worry is that when you zoom out, right, you want to make sure you can see it. So when it's darker, it helps with having the contrast of the, at least iron pop out. I think for now this is at least a little bit better, but I'm not liking this pale color. I don't like it, so we're going back, but maybe roughen the rock a little bit. We can try roughening it. Maybe, let's see, grab this part here and rough it around the edges. Like that, you think? And then maybe, what else can we do? Maybe what we can do, I mean, it's kind of like the flat side. We have the top side and the back side. Maybe we even take the back side out a little bit more. Something like that. By contrast, you meant light contrast? No, you're fine. You're all good. Maybe something like this and that. That. Maybe even make it pointy and sharp. Go ahead and do something like that, maybe. Perhaps, possibly, in that sense. Maybe we can even make these blobs, more so blobs. Like that. That's definitely a stylistic choice. And, truthfully, I kind of like that idea. Hold on. Let's see, contrast, you meant light contrast? Yeah, we'll definitely add some lighting and everything once we figure out the general area for stuff. But I'm thinking, 1 second, let me revert this back to its original look to help explain a little bit better. Maybe we can have, oops, something like this, like that, where we have some chunks instead, right? Maybe something like that. How does that look, you think? A little bit too chunky? I'm thinking maybe, I do like the chunks. I'm not opposed to it, but might need a few pieces bitten out of it, like, maybe like that, and then This guy can kind of come up and be eaten a bit. This guy can come down and this guy can come down. Maybe something like that instead for the chunk part. Make it look chunky, make it look sharper than these. I mean, this looks sharp, but I think it looks rounder. I'm thinking this might be a little bit sharper. And speaking of, we can go ahead and maybe add that dark contrast along the bottom. Looks like a smushed Yoshi egg. You think so? This one here. From the colors, or what do you think? If anything, I kind of think it looks like quartz. Wouldn't you say? Looks a little bit like the quartz shape. That looks sick. Thank you. Let me just show you, as now that I'm seeing it, I can't unsee it. So if I have to see it, you have to see it. Let me just let's see. You know what, BM. Grab this guy. And right. Do you see it? No, I can't unsee it. You're kind of thinking of the waterfall borders from Undertale. You say you understood your vision? Oh, that's good, that's good. I'm glad. I'm glad. Okay, let's see. Rock. Now we need, I think, a lining. You can kind of see on the outside the light aspect of it. If we go here, and most of the shapes of the splooshes feel similar to maybe feel like a pattern instead of randomness. Okay, let's see. Most of the shapes of the splooshes feel similar enough to make it feel like a pattern. Okay, maybe what we can do then is make it wrap around like this. Maybe, as it does kind of wrap around, but it kind of looks more like magma, doesn't it? Like that. It makes it look like magma, I think. And I'll copy it. Not the shrimp quartz. Anything but the shrimp quartz. I tried to tell you. I tried to warn you. Let's go ahead and Control Z, redo, and then... Alright, looks more like magma when I do it that way. I'm trying to show off the lines that are kind of in the area. Maybe what we can do is have some of this area here. Like that, and then maybe we can have some lines like it has. Maybe diagonal lines. For example, go ahead and just fill this in. You've been drawing along and found the orange really hard too? Yeah. Yo, it is tricky. I think that's what makes it fun. The thing of, alright, how do you do or and? Saying that, let's look at, what is it? Minecraft or? Maybe that can give us some inspiration. You ended up adjusting the colors to suit. Ooh. I think you did. What did I see that notification of? I'm very curious. Hold on. Ert. Ah, ooh. Copy. I do like it, yeah. It feels more organic. Organic. Oh, man. If we take a look at... Where is it at? Here. I mean, this is as good as the same. Where is it at? This is lapis. Where is... I'm looking for iron. Can you spot the iron ore? One of these is not like the other. It's a little bit different since it's not a clump. It's more of a block. Oh, found it. Right? It's got some dots and some lines. Maybe that's something we can do. I know for certain they changed it. Let's see. Where are we at? Oh, here. Iron ore. I think these are just items. Unfortunately, I don't have that pulled up, but they have lines and splooshes. Maybe that's something we can do instead of what we have. So maybe, perhaps, as I kind of definitely think this is more gemstone shaped, maybe what we have to do is change the shape. Maybe, maybe something a little bit more rugged. Like that? No, it kind of looks like a frog head. I think the shape is my issue. Maybe we can have some under here. Something like this. And then, maybe a rounding, or not rounding, but maybe it kind of goes in here. Oops. Goes in it here. And then it kind of comes up here. Now it kind of looks like a smooshed bean. Maybe something like that. Now it kind of looks like coal. Oh boy. Let's see. Maybe something like this. Or maybe even something like that, where this is the shiny area here, Or maybe even, go back a little bit and just fill this in. Is this a suitable rock shape, you think? I'm thinking maybe we can tear this bottom part up a little bit and just start a little bit more organically. As well, I do like the tip shape. This kind of feels a little bit more bolder. Though I couldn't tell you what that looked like. Turn it into magma? I think I did do that. Where was it? It was magma for a second. I do agree. Maybe this rock can kind of come in like this, and then maybe once you realize every new armor item since uses the same sprite structure, slightly altered on shade, you just see a new chest piece and go recolor. I agree. Once you've seen one of them, you've eventually just seen them all. Maybe something like this. Oh, hold on. Like that. And then maybe that light then can be brought back to, you like using the blur tool? I definitely think the blur tool is helpful one. I'm all the thing, but I haven't heard the blur tool used for pixel art. That is interesting. That's an interesting technique. And I know I'm going off motif, or not motif, but here. Going off bases, as I'm thinking maybe something like that. And then we have something like this to show off sides and edges. And this is up top. Then we have this area in the back here. Maybe even a little bit darker. This area down here to show off, hey look, it's darkness. Like that. Looks Meraki. Mascot horror game devs writes this down. Killer shrimp courts. Dun dun dun. Thinking something like this. Oops. Something like that, maybe. And then, let's see. That. And then you can copy that, move it down, and then, well, not move it down, maybe move it here. And this might be, let's see. This might be, then we can try again with the whole idea, right? Maybe we have a clump that comes up here. Maybe it falls down. Maybe there's another clump that kind of comes in this crevice here. Maybe there is a clump that kind of comes here, like this. The shape looks much more manageable. Yeah, sometimes you have to look at a reference and only take what you need from it. Sometimes. Not all the time, I keep forgetting that. It doesn't have to be a one-to-one. It can just be what you need sometimes, which is nice. Maybe something like that. Then we can add some spots back here, maybe. And then maybe another cluster back here. Or maybe like that. I'm thinking maybe even fill this area in a little bit. And then now we just need to shade. If we back up a little bit and go back to oranges, or rather, let's just change it here. So we have this orange. And if we just double check with our color mode and up here, yeah, you can kind of see it pops out a little bit. You can kind of see the aura. Might need to make it less saturated, as well, I am a fan of saturation. I do acknowledge I have a problem. I have an issue. I do know that. Everything I look at is just saturation galore. We can go ahead and go back. It looks nice. Thank you, thank you. I definitely do like this a lot better than what we started with. I can go warmer. And maybe more this way. The issue is it looks very red, right? And I don't want it to look less than it was. So maybe we can even just go this way. Maybe even this way a little bit, and it looks pumpkin. Iron is not pumpkin. You can go maybe up a little bit. Maybe down a little bit. And maybe this is the color it has to be. Then you can't really see the brightness, right? It's just a matter of kind of playing with colors and feeling what looks nice, looks good. Thinking, all right, if it was in light, maybe this is a little bit brighter and maybe this is a little bit darker. Maybe something like that instead. And then if we go through all of this and change the light a little bit. How's it look now? Still looks okay. Let's see. It's a little bit harder to tell in seeing it now, unfortunately. Maybe we can brighten it up. Like this, maybe? Make sure it's noticeable. It's this orange. I really wanted a vibrant orange, but I think maybe it's a little bit too violet. So maybe something like this, a little bit more muted. Let's see. Color mode, grayscale. That's a little bit better. I can see it more. And saying that, we can kind of go now a little bit brighter, a little bit more red. And, oops, up the ante like that. So then, and let's make sure these two stand out. Grayscale, yep, they do. So we can go ahead and maybe add this bright guy, or they don't stand out enough. I'm not really getting orange anymore. It's definitely tricky. Maybe something like that helps a little bit more. And then just have to make sure I'm staying in the light. Wherever there's light, I am just going in and adding that light color, and then maybe then I can add that really dark color for the old spots that are in the dark. I go down and go cooler, and maybe a little bit darker, and then making sure colors stay visible. So for example, if I go back into sprite and color mode, that's visible, that's good. And then all I can do is just do this, and then that goes in dark, and that goes in dark. Kind of looks a little bit more orish, hopefully. I'm thinking maybe this stays in that bright color, and maybe this too stays bright. And then you can go ahead and grab this guy and add a bit of light to it all. So maybe what we can do is go ahead and do a little bit of brightness, a little bit of warmth, and add along the edge the sheen, like this. Kind of looks shiny, a little bit shiny, I'd say. Maybe not too shiny, maybe a little bit brighter. We don't want it to also blend in with the iron. Yeah, it kind of blends in with the iron. So we're gonna need to make it brighter. Something like this, maybe. But now it doesn't look nice, I'd say. It's about finding that medium, maybe like that. Might be a little bit better. Color mode, grayscale. Yeah, that is a little bit brighter, but it's not quite out there yet. Maybe if we do some of that may be a little bit better. So it's bright, but it's not too bright. And yeah, no, I'm not feeling it. Now looks like you have part of your soul in it. The very cultivation of your being. I can see it. A little bit spooky. It would be perfect. It would be the perfect month for it. So maybe we can just do this color. Yeah, it's a subtle brightness, but it's there. You can see it. And then if we go back and make sure it's color mode, it's a little bit brighter. You can kind of see it. Might not be the best brightness. Maybe we can up it a little bit more. Do one of these. And then check color mode, grayscale, and yeah, I'd say that's good. It's just similar enough. Maybe it's just you, but you cannot read the general shape anymore. Like inside is a mix for you when you cannot distinguish depth and edges. It could just help you. It could be a me thing here. Maybe what would help is adding a line like this. Right, we have this section here. Oh, I can't see the one area. We have this front section, and then we have a back section. And this front section kind of gets dropped down. So maybe I could even do this a little bit more to make it a little bit easier. And then we have an area that kind of comes in downwards from it. Kind of a area. Just follow. Thank you for the follow, Rathika. Welcome. This is meant to be an area that pops out. So maybe what it needs to look like instead is something like that. Does that help a little bit in showing off that it's dark here? It's a little bit lighter, and then it kind of changes in form. Thinking this to kind of show it goes deep and then it comes out again. But overall, we can make this a little bit brighter. And then, let's see. Like this, to show off that it's brighter. Maybe even this color. No, it's too similar. And color mode. It's still dark. Maybe a little bit darker. Show off it's not all the way dark. Over here for our top layers. And then we have the bottom area. Maybe even here we can add the dark portion. But I don't think it makes too much of a difference when I zoom out. I think maybe too many spots. What if instead we add the here, that there, that there, that there. I think it makes it a little bit better. You can kind of see the roundness a little bit more. And then this is also round. Maybe even you can see sort of it coming down there, but no. I think this is fine for now. We can always come back to it, but for now, we started up here and we ended down here. It's a little bit better. You love the depth effect? Oh, I'm glad, and welcome to this tree in Dungeons and Determinations. There was an attempt made. And we'll go ahead and just call this iron. Okay, so with that said, let's go ahead and try drawing that sheet of metal we were talking about. And I'll go ahead and just quickly zoom out from the iron area so I can grab it and copy it. And, oh, not copy it. What I need to do is to go to, where is it at? Save, export. You think the bottom half of the right bigger chunk of rocks where the grays are too similar for me? Let's see. Selected images, select and export, and let's take a look at that, as I'm always open to improvements. Let's see. Grays are too similar for you. The bottom half of the right, left, right. Bigger chunk where the grays are too similar. These grays feel similar. So maybe what I can do instead... Yeah, I can see what you mean. Maybe this color needs to be darker. Maybe... like... that help a little bit? Now the outline's a little bit tricky. But let me undo that for a second, and then... just as a quick test to see if it helps at all. I'll take this color, I'll make it a little bit darker, shift it more towards this area, and then this guy's got to be a little bit lighter. So maybe like this, a little warmer. Like that. Oh, blends in too much. But sprite, color mode. This needs to be a little bit darker. Darker, but not too darker. Maybe like that. Does that help, you think? Just made it a little bit more pop out. Oh, that actually helps a lot. That's good, that's good. I'm glad. I can definitely see what you mean, as from this distance, I can't see it. It definitely helps to keep those in mind. And thank you for the suggestion as well. I think, yeah, it definitely helped it pop out more. Okay. And in that case, let's go ahead and sheet metal time indeed. Let me get rid of this guy. Maybe you could just use the outline for that color. Ooh, that's a good idea. The highlight and ores kind of just blend together in the grayscale. Let's check. First, let me grab this guy and move this around. Ooh, actually, I do like that. The highlights like that, and then grayscale-wise, when we go back into color, zoom out. Yeah, they do blend together, don't they? Okay, let's make it more white then. Let's really make it pop out. Like that, maybe. That helps you read a lot, and then you think the one squared inward corner that bleeds into the left area is too much. Looks pretty neat, thank you, thank you. You mean this guy here? Let's go ahead and color mode, grayscale. Maybe even a little bit brighter. Let's go ahead and uncontinuous that. Maybe something like that, and then grayscale. Definitely shiny. Not too sure how to feel about it. Meaning something like, oops, that. Oop, maybe like that. And with that said, I'll make this just a little bit darker. Because I think it's too bright. My eyes. My poor eyes. And then sprite, color mode, grayscale, and... No, it might have to be bright. You mean top inward corner? Hold on. Oh, this guy up here. Like that. Ooh. I quite like that. That was not too shabby. Yeah, I can see it. I agree. Thank you for the suggestion. What mineral is this? Just got back from Undertale. It is iron ore. Welcome, welcome, DCat. And now that we are done with iron ore, we are going to move on to... Once I get the image, we're moving on to sheets of iron to figure out some of that reflection. We'll go ahead and just drag this guy. And we can go ahead and use some of these colors a little bit, though, if they're not gray. We'll have to make do with what we have. Up here, let's see. I mean, this shouldn't be too difficult, right? We just need a sheet and some metal. Maybe something like that. That. that, and oh, that. If it'll let me fill it in. Let's just use this color that we have here. Maybe even grab that light color that we had and this color. And then let me just crop this out and make a new layer to make it a little bit easier to fill in. Oops, that guy, that guy. Okay, and I'm thinking, we might need to change the background a little bit. Maybe we can make it a blue? How's this? That looks a little bit better, maybe. Maybe something like green? Nah. Maybe something purple. Like, this shouldn't be too difficult, bold statement. Every time you think that, the universe reminds you, yeah. I am constantly being reminded to not be an Icarus that flew too close to the sun. As yes, I have a tendency to think, oh, it'll be easy. No, it never is. Especially if you declare it. At that point, the universe is like, oh, you want a challenge, do you? I sure. Let me show ya. Let me crack my knuckles. Okay. And saying that, it's the outline. Thinking something will never be easy, will never, but you have to have a little bit of confidence, just a little bit. You've got to have some feel that you can do it as. If you don't, then what is there? You know, a reasonable confidence. That's what I like to think of it as. And in saying that, I'll bring you back to pure F, or not pure F. Oops. Concepts. On that study document we covered earlier, and let me go ahead and hide this timer, there is a playlist. YouTube playlist. You 10 years ago when you said making games will be easy. Meanwhile, you have about 700 empty projects to show. Yeah. That's a little overzealous. On here though, I had watched a lot of Pixelart tutorials on materials and everything. And the one thing I wanted to look at was this guy right here, where I wrote holes rusted metal, and metal has reflective sheen. So in saying that, let's see. I kind of like the way the sheen looked, right? Let's see if we can do something a little bit similar to that sheen. We go back into Aseprite. Okay. First thing first, let's see about that sheen. Maybe what we can do is do something like this. Well, it feels a little bit too violent. We can definitely smooth it over later. But maybe just 1 sheen, 3 sheen. Something like that, though. A little bit brighter than what we have. I mean, a little bit brighter than what we have, yeah. Maybe something like that. This doesn't look very sheen-like, though, does it? Maybe we can add some lines in here to make it feel shiny. No, I'm not getting shiny sheen. Most certainly not. Okay. There was one thing I think I saw in here. I just can't get over these textures. But I think there was, yeah, here, look. Now there's sheen at the bottom, sheen at the top. Maybe we have to do something like that here. Oops. You can kind of see there's a sheen-like outline, and even on the looks like a short scarf or a carpet. I can see it. Here you can kind of see. Maybe that's what we should do. Let's bend it. Well, let's give it a little bit of feel, and let me move this guy back up here. So instead of a shape like this, what is it called when you have the, what is it, the song guys? Not the song, sound effects people who take like a sheet of metal and make it move or make it thunderous like lightning. What is that effect called? I cannot recall. I'm thinking maybe something a little round like this to show off it's bending in shape. I like this area, but the other part, not so much. Maybe something like this, perhaps. Foley, yes, Foley. Foley is the only word you can think of. Yep, Foley is the one I'm thinking of. Thank you. Maybe something like this. Oops. Let me go ahead and zoom out a little bit so you can see at different sizes. So maybe thinking, maybe something like this shape. Maybe even something where it's a shape of, and oops. You can go and fill this in. Maybe something to the extent of, is there a word for that? Always thought it was just them wobbling metal. It's Foley, the creation of the sounds. I think that's what Foley means. It's them creating the sound of special effects. And usually they take a, sheet of metal and they wobble it around and bam, sounds like lightning. sound they make thing in general. Yeah, yeah. Makes me think of like a metal sheet that's getting bent, maybe. That's what I'm trying to see if I can show off here to show the look of metal, but I'm not really getting the shape of metal, don't you think? Great. This one was a little bit easier to see a shape of metal. And I like the sheen, but I think... what other ways are there to show a sheet? Right? We have these sheets. Maybe it can go back in space like the sheets we see on screen. So maybe instead it can be something like this, or it's sheet like this, and then sheet like this. Oops. Maybe something like that. Maybe like that. Oops. Hold on. Go back to what you were doing. This is making you think of a metal pipe falling sound effect. Yeah. Things like that, or like the horse clippity clop sound. I can see those. It's just the Foley. It's so cool. Maybe something like this. It kind of looks a little bit rounded. Maybe we can make it look less rounded by doing something like that. Kind of getting less rounded. Foley is sound effects created for a movie presentation. Yada, yada, yada. Yep, that's Foley. That is Foley, all right. See, if we delete that, that kind of looks more like a sheet. Oftentimes really surprised when you talk to the audio designers at work at how they made the sounds. Like when they scratch a cactus with a toothbrush to get a certain rustle. They're so creative. Well, I don't think I'd be able to get into sound design. Just the thought process to think, let me try a toothbrush against a cactus. What will that sound like? And in saying that, I'm thinking this sheet for the metal instead, like we see in the image. And then we can kind of add that sheen area or sheen effect to it. Maybe something like that. Oops. Maybe something a little bit more like this, where it's kind of got those streaks coming on from above. Kind of makes me think of aluminum foil. Maybe something a little bit more with 1, 2, 1, 2 to keep the lines in effect. Maybe here we can even do more of a streak like that and make it move up. Maybe we can move the streak down a little bit. Play around the sheets. Let's see. Copy this guy, paste this guy. And then, let's see, how can we do this? Trying to figure out colors and shapes and, oops, seeing what works, seeing what feels right. Maybe something like that. Let's see. Oh, no, I did read that. Okay. Good. I try not to miss anything. From what they told you, it's the same as art? Yeah. You just build up experience and kind of a reference base for what makes which sound. And when you start working on pitching and modifying lots of sounds, you get a feel. I can see that. Let's see. For the PVZ butter sound, they threw a bunch of butter. I'll have to hear that sound later. Yeah, Plants vs. Zombies. Let's see. Oh, hold on. There we go. The most Foley you've done is creating a ball being hit by a bat. Sound like slapping a tennis ball and cardboard box together. Interesting. That is incredible. I agree. It's interesting. Let's see. But I flipped it to get a better perspective sometimes. You know, you flip the canvas to see, but in flipping it, now everything's flipped. Never mind. I think, though, I like this one on the left a little bit better. Kind of looks like it's going up and down, though. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. So if we flip it back, as apparently the boxes don't change when we flip it. Okay. So back onto this guy. Maybe we can have some... Maybe it needs to be diagonal. Let's give that a try. We go back up here, copy, and then paste. And then go ahead and fill all this in. And then, maybe something like, oops, like that. Maybe something like, let's see. Let me have this guy kind of coming down and down like that. And then this guy kind of comes down and takes up all that space. Maybe like that. And then from there, we can add a little bit more brighter sheen, I'm thinking. This wise, maybe we can pull this down one to help with it looking a little less odd. Something like that. Oops. Like this to help with it. I think feeling a little bit better. because it does look a little random. So maybe something like that. Interesting, right? Just a small smidge of a change makes it look different. Maybe this can kind of come down. Maybe this goes down even more, actually. Never mind. And maybe it kind of goes like that. Kind of feel that's a little bit better. Maybe that one comes up there. Smooshing those diagonals a little bit. Oops. Undo and do more something along that line. To kind of make like a streaky pattern that you can see. And in saying that, let's go ahead and try to add that sheen part now, right? It starts off reflective and then you add a little bit more brightness to get a little bit more of a bright effect. So maybe from there, and let me move this up a bit. Maybe what we do is add some sheen like this. I do not think that is the way. It was an idea. It didn't work, but it was an idea. You don't think you can read this as metal with sheen without anyone telling you what it is? That's a good point. If that's the case, that means it's not clear. So let's go back. Well, starting off, if we were looking at the here, right, it's kind of a sheen in itself. Hi, WD Gaster. Welcome. I know that name. It's kind of got a light area, and it's got the dark area that's bending. That's what I wanted. Maybe that's what we can do. For example, how do I explain it? Instead of a flat piece like this, maybe we can do, if I can explain it well, something like that, and that, right? Looks like tinfoil? Yeah, that's the idea I'm going for, a sheet of metal. Well, it's good, it's kind of recognizable. What if we did this? Oops. Something like that, where it looks more like a sheet. Given that it's a sheet of metal, wouldn't it make sense to go from the logic behind it? Like where there is the light source coming from, how the metal bend, which higher areas, yeah, which are shadows and go for there. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's like, from here you can see, and actually, I'll bring us back into concept to explain it a little better. If I go back in here. And then, bring up the image. Oh, unlimited parts is essential. Hold on now. I am subscribed. Let me sort this out. If I go here, where are we at? Oh, I see. Oh boy. Oh man. Okay, well then. Concept seems to have bailed on me. Yeah, this one is tricky. Okay. This concept doesn't want to work now. That's all okay. We can draw on PureRef, thankfully. I'll bring you into PureRef. It's concepts aside, it wants to be a little bit sneaky. I believe I can just do draw. There we go. Okay. The thing is, I'm seeing light here. Oh, let me choose a different color. What color do we have? Any colors? Oh, perfect. Okay. For example, I'm seeing a light here, right? But I'm also seeing a sheen here, and I'm also seeing a sheen here. This one's a little bit easier. You can kind of see a sheen up here. So I'm kind of thinking there's light coming from maybe like, it looks like, I keep saying like a window, maybe? So that's why I'm thinking there's different sections of light. Because it's that sheet of metal, but there's light here, and there's light here. And then again, like maybe, oops, like maybe with the, what is it? Like maybe with the, or trying to do one-to-one might not be as helpful as it may seem. Even here, right, you can kind of see the streaks. But maybe we should just look more at Pixelart metal. That might help. And in saying that, I'm gonna go back to Aseprite. After I take a drink. Okay. We're all good to go. As I'm thinking, this can show a way it's bending, right? And then maybe from there we can kind of... Isn't there a problem there that there's a shadow from either a window or a tree that throws shadow? And without the context, you can't really read the sprite. So the sprite should avoid random environments. Yeah, that's a good point, yeah. If I don't know what's going on, don't try to draw it. That's essentially what it means. And I do agree. I was watching, and let me going back and forth here, but let me show you concepts. Back up at here, when they were talking about metal, metal kind of has an inside where it has a dark area. Right now you think it looks way too thin. Maybe try making 1 pixel taller and help with the thickness. Ooh, we could try that, yeah. There is a bright area and then there's kind of a bounce light. And I'm thinking, let me Google some references. That might help a little bit with understanding it. Like adding 1 pixel of height with different color to look like shadow? Sure. Do you mean with these guys and making it even darker, like, oh, I'd have to choose a different darkness, but I think I get what you mean. So let me quickly go in here and do pixel art metal. I just want to note, you could always just look it out. And I'll even bring you into pure rough so you can kind of see what I'm looking at. Yeah, definitely think it helps a little bit, but it's always that seeing. Seeing is believing, I believe. Look at this one, for example. Or you have the different streaks, but you can tell the light's probably coming from above. And then, like maybe what you said with that lining, right? That one deeper one. Ragatha? I hope I'm saying that right, but it looks like a scrap of metal. I'm getting that feeling. There's these streaks, and it's very simple as well. There's not a lot of colors going on. Maybe looking at that, when we go into mine, that is not what it's looking like. And let me move you over to, back to Aseprite. Right, it doesn't, I'm not saying that. So, if we go ahead, save this, and then, reload or click the screen. Can I reload? No, you won't let me reload. It's fine. I can look at it all on my own. Okay. One side's light, one side's dark. I think it's the, oops. Yeah, I think maybe, like you said, way too thin, 1 pixel taller. What if instead we make this part darker? Like this? Or maybe darker, warmer? Maybe something like that instead. Where we grab the edges, make it look rounded. Like you were suggesting, and then maybe a little bit brighter. We don't want it too bright because of this color. And then those sheens I was trying to add. Let's see. We have one coming from here, maybe even brighter. Make it look more shiny. Hello, hello, Secret. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the pain of learning. Maybe more streak-like that. So it kind of looks more shiny. And then one more here. But look a little bit more like streaks though, do you think? Maybe it needs to be a little less reflective? Less reflective. Less reflective. Maybe something more like this instead. Like that. Had to cancel beach trip because you're broke. Aw. I'm sure you'll be able to go to the beach soon. I kind of like this look. It's not the right colors, but I'm liking the feel to it. Right. Like that. It looks good. Just try adding some doubles to the 4 edges. I always forget the doubles. I'm not usually a doubling user, but yeah. Whoa, look at that. It looks very sharp. Maybe even one of these. Don't want to get too fancy. Like that. I can see it. I think it looks a lot better, yeah. I always like things round, but yeah, you're right. Today is the day we get sharp, we get dangerous. We start drawing knives. Let's see. You moved into a new apartment, you're just gonna sit back, set up your projector, and relax over. That's good at least. Maybe like that. I'm wondering if we add the dots here. That looks great, thank you for your help. Couldn't have done it without you. Let's see. No, I don't think the line dots. Looks a little bit silvery, but you think that's the best you've had right now? Not too bad. Let me take a quick look. Ooh. Yeah, it does look silvery, but I do like it. I like the texture. I like it a lot. Especially would it be your first attempt? I am curious in that regard. Maybe... No, I think keeping it that 1, 3, 2 helps. And then maybe we can add that light on the edge. Back here. Maybe make this a little bit brighter. Shift it more towards warm. And then along this edge, maybe we can do... Oh, Something a little bit brighter. The values might be a little bit too similar again. Maybe something like that. Looks better, thank you, thank you. A work in progress, but it's a workin'. It's a progression. Maybe something like that. No, I think it needs to be a different color. What are you trying to make? A sheet of metal. You can't really tell? Well, that's no good. That means it's not clear enough. Gotta work on it a little bit more. Also, a good reference for such things might be copper foil sprite from some Minecraft mods. Yeah, I do look at a lot of Minecraft mods. That does help a lot, I do agree. They can be such good inspiration. So, I'd have to probably find it off stream, as it would take a second. Not from your drawing, you meant from the IRL photo. Looked like the book? Oh. What book? Oh, do you mean the bottom right? This is tricky. Maybe something like that? I'm trying to keep in mind the clarity of it. As I definitely think adding a outer sheen's good, but maybe, yes, looks like books, not metal. Oh, I see. I mean, I kind of like this one a little bit more, truth be told. Then again, it just might be my issue with colors. But since the lower left is meant to be diagonal, you think you may actually look better without the double pixel? You mean this one here? Or you mean this one here? Ooh. I'm not too bothered by that. Top left one? Yeah, I think I like the top one better. Can you send links here? Yep, sure. By all means. Sorry for not saying that before. No, you're fine, you're fine. You're helping a lot. I'm learning a lot. I have to remember, doubles equals sharper. And don't look at lighting references you don't understand. That would be number 2. Kinda do like that, yeah. Maybe we can pop it up and back one a little bit more. What would that look like? If it came up to being like that, and then, maybe not. It was worth a shot. Yeah, doesn't that look far more odd, right? Maybe what we can do is make this longer. Would that help in making it look less wonky? I don't know. I feel like it could be a little bit of a different shape. Maybe that's the thing I'm thinking of. Let's see. Maybe if we push this part back and down, like more square-like, something like that, and then make it more sheet feel. This goes up one and then up there, and then maybe more that. And then we can kind of do one of these moves. This will have to be changed a little bit to be more teen-like, but you think it's a slight difference, but I think it makes much difference when it's a little bit different. At the top, at least. I think the shape definitely changes things. Let's see. Lower left is meant to be diagonal. Oh, lower left. You mean that guy. Yeah, I can see it. I can see the lower left one being a little bit better. Just thinking now. Let's see. That is that. Okay. Give me 1 second, I'll look at it. I'm trying to see if we look back at the reference back here in PureRef, you can kind of see how there's like an outline right along the edge. So I'm wondering, does that help? And truth be told, not sure. Let me go ahead and grab this. Oh, satisfactory. Wait, Minecraft satisfactory? Hold on, no. Let me copy. Well, let me copy image. Copy current address. There we go. Let me pull them into here, what we're looking at. That should make things a little bit easier. I should just be able to grab that, and then I can go into the PureRef, right? And all I have to do is just drag and drop. And we have the sheet. I see. Looking like a sheet, I do agree. And then we have this one. Oh, yeah, that one's good. Yeah, I can see it. Looks more like stacks. Oh, you can't see. Here we go. The Minecraft copper on that link looks more like old paper. Yeah, I can see it. Maybe like a dirty paper, depending on how you look at it. It definitely looks like a sheet of some sort. But I think maybe the lack of staininess, it maybe looks more rusted. like old paper, yeah. You think it's based on that? It is not the most metal-y feeling, but the shading fits light source and bed, yeah. You have that middle part, top part, yeah. Here, the shading's on one side and then it's dark on the other. This one, the shading's kind of all in the middle. Kind of depends, but yeah. That's a good reference, thank you, thank you. Okay, back in Aseprite. Maybe what we can try is kind of like, I don't know. This one's rounder, but this one's more angular. Which one do you think? We go ahead and copy, copy, and paste. I'm thinking of changing the color. Just a smidge to see what other things are out there. I'm gonna keep my options open. Let's see. Oh, wrong button. Where are we at? Up here. You think it's based on that? It's not the most metal-y feeling, but the shading. Oh, okay. I did read that. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking those edges. I'm not really feeling that edge idea. We can go ahead and just get rid of those. As I think I like it a little bit more when it's cleaner. You like the left one feels more metalish. You think it's because of the. What's the thing? I thought making it sharper would help. Reminds you of the Minecraft iron plate? Yeah, maybe that's it. I just keep thinking of round. I'm thinking we can take this guy, right, and make him brighter. Back to that bright color we were thinking about. And make all of this lighter. I thought of cereal flutter made me must use some Diva's magic to conjure. I hope the food's tasty. I don't want to make it too similar as well to the outside. Right? Maybe instead of going there, we make it bluer. So instead, we take this one, we go up a little bit and this way, and make it maybe more brighter and saturated. It's not too similar. Oops. Like that, maybe. That way we can show off that the sheen is coming from the top, and we can just keep making it brighter until it suits our needs. What is this auto select layer? I don't know. That's an interesting selection. Let's see. Maybe a little bit brighter. Maybe a little bit too bright now. Let me go ahead and... I think it's a small change, but I kind of like it. If I go back into our color mode, grayscale, yeah, I can definitely tell the difference. And if I zoom out, there's definitely a difference, which is good. And I'm wondering, maybe we can even add a brighter sheen, possibly. Maybe we can get away with a image of a brighter color. We hope and dream. Maybe we can add it here, and it can kind of shine off like that. Oops. Does that kind of help? Does it look like it's shining? Like that? Well, I don't know about the second one, but maybe some sort of pattern. Let's see. You think the main part that makes you feel like the left one feels more metalish is the top left corner being rounded? Oh, like that? Does that help? Let's see. The whole left side now feels curled. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let's see. Yeah. While the right version has the corner up, so it feels like the bottom corner is curled inward. The upper corner is bent upwards, but the whole side is not twisted. So the left one feels more physically correct and less confusing like that. You can read and understand the shape immediately. Yeah. But that's what I'm thinking. It's this curve. We have like a C going on here. This one is straighter. I was hoping it might make it a little bit better. Maybe a vertical pattern would look better. Vertical. Hold on. I do know my sides. Let's see. This is vert, right? And then this is horizontal. Or did I get it wrong again? Maybe like this and that and that and that and that. Like that? I'm thinking what we can do is, let me make sure it's the right layer. Just go in here with this brush and do this. And then just come in and do one of those moves. It kind of looks shiny, right? Oh, good, okay. I got it right. I can never tell sometimes. Okay. And then maybe something like that. Make it look more shiny. Does it look shiny, do you think? I add one of these and some of these. Oh, why am I purple? Well, I'm an Eldritch Princess. I gotta be alien feeling, right? Wouldn't it be fun otherwise? Let's see. You were thinking more just straight up line upwards to follow sheen. Oh, hold on. Let's give that a try. I'll go ahead and copy the sheen. And, oh, horizontal is like, vertical is not horizontal. And horizontal is like the That's a good way to remember it. That is... Oh. I want my shape back. There we go. Let's give it a try. Horizontal like the ocean. That. Horizontal like the ocean. The horizon. I can see it, yeah. Okay. So maybe something like this, you think? And maybe like that, and then go up, 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 up. Like that. And you've got Brawl Star, huh? On my head, Brawl Star? The star? Well, hold on now. They can't just copyright star. Oh, that's not a thing. Stars are stars. I'm not sure which one I like better though. I can definitely, oops, feel, therefore, huh? Nebula Blob. He is a octopus and he shall be referred to as such. Bobby has standards. So let's see. Vertical and then horizontal like the horizon. I'm gonna have to remember that one. Okay. I think both could work, truth be told. It's just a preference. Maybe if I, well, no. When I zoom out, it looks a little bit different. Yeah, it's looking very shiny. That is good. But I think, maybe if this is just a little bit brighter, maybe that can help. Like maybe if this was different color eyes. Huh? Well, let's keep on pixel art topic for now, but there's a little reason behind the different eyes. Okay. Does this help? If I add a little bit of color, do you think? To the areas like this? Yeah, a lot of questions. Are you trying to know me details? Hey, I'm thinking maybe adding the color, the secondary color kind of helps, but not too sure. I do like the shiny areas, but I think maybe it kind of looks like tiger stripes now. It's kind of a give and take. Overall, though, I'm very happy. They both came out nice, and even without the extra detail, I'm satisfied. So in saying that, it is now time we move on to gems. Gems. And quickly before, hold on. Oh, post something else. Ooh, had another go based on the 16 by 16. That is very nice. I think you did great, Spooky. It looks great. It's got that sheen color. Yeah. Maybe that's what it needs. It needs to be wider, possibly. Like, maybe if I make this white. That kind of helps, right? Less shiny, more shiny. It's kind of, sorta. I definitely think it helped. That white really kind of sells it, doesn't it? Let me get some water. Oh yeah. Easy, quotation marks. And now that we've done that, let me go ahead. I just want to think about making it a little bit later. I can never tell. I have to come back to it after a little bit and re-look over everything. But for now, I like it. And in saying that, we can go ahead and merge this down. This is iron, this is iron sheet. And then we can go ahead and say this one's iron ore. And then, what is this? Oh, this is just our colors. We can go ahead and merge that down. All the merrier, that's fine. Okay, so it was iron ore. Okay, and then we can go ahead and add another layer. So we can go ahead and shift N. Okay, so talking about crystals now. That was an interesting one. I can go back into concepts and show you a little bit of what I was looking at before we even start, as crystals seem like a very difficult topic. But I'm excited, as I'm hoping the crystals will help us easier to understand. The crystals will help us understand glass easier, as it is a very reflective material. So up here, you can kind of see, and let me see if moving chat up here can kind of help a little bit. Okay, so up here, what Mochi Bean does in this video is they start with a shape, then they do blocks of color. They do the inside of the crystal a very dark color, and the very tips are very bright, and then they add some cool color reflections. Here, what Pixelpeak does, again, they do an outline, they add sides, add some more reflective lights, kind of what we did with the rocks, and then they kind of just continuously add shapes. And one of the things they notice about crystals is it has to be very sharp and pointy. So we'll just have to keep that in mind, very sharp. And lastly, probably my favorite from Tofu Pixel is this just overall. I really like how this came out with how, what is the word, chromatic it is. We have the, again, just the outline to figure out the sides. Then she's like, you have a lot of questions, and these are permanent. So let's see. Just sides and areas, right? Kind of nice, the sheens and everything. Okay. And in saying that, I think following this method of first figure out your sides, then figure out your outlines. Well, outlines, sides, and then outline, sides, sheen, color. I think that's the way we can do it, right? These are so pretty, even at the fourth step, I agree. It's just it doesn't even have to be the right color, quote unquote, just the color is nice. Okay, and even here with Adam C. Eunice, you can kind of see just luminatic or limatic. If you could keep things on topic, that'd be great. Final warning, by the way. I wouldn't have to do anything drastic. But here, it was just a matter of seeing different ways and methods. Again, we have the outline, then the color, and then the special. You think the most important part about crystals is that they... No, you're not getting on my nerves, but you're being disruptive. And saying that, a bit of a timeout. Okay, let's see. You think the most important part about crystals is that they are mostly built up of planes. Like there's a bunch of planes making the shape, because crystal gems and glass tend to break fairly cleanly. Yeah, I think that's why they start off with inline outlines. I think it helps a lot in figuring out everything. That's why edges are very important, and that's why people seem to draw the edges very quickly, or initially, compared to other pixel art methods. And if we go back into what is it? PRF? You can see here in our, where are we at? Gems, even up here. Well, no, actually, this person does it a little bit differently. They still do blob and then edges, which is interesting. They have a bit of a different technique. Again, just the shape, blob, edges. They have the edges down in their mind. I think that's it. It's like starting at step 0 and then going to step 10. Yeah, that's interesting. I definitely will like to do some coloring like this. I think that'll be fun. And let me see if we can get any other... You think you prefer the blobby method? Yeah, I think maybe do blobby, then do some outlines to figure out the edges. Big, medium, small. And I just like how you can read them, and I've read them, but I don't know if I remember them. Figuring out the lighting, this one talks about just coloring, and I think that'll also be helpful in figuring out some lighting. So first, step 1, we have to figure out shape. And in saying that, I now ask you for your opinion on what crystal we should draw, and I have some totally random gemstones here. Reminds you of the meme with how to draw a rose. Yep, how to draw a rose, how to draw an owl. So here I have some totally random gemstones here. We have a garnet, a peridot, we have some bismuth, amethyst, rose quartz, yellow diamond, pearl, ruby, and sapphire. Vibing to the background music. It is nice, isn't it? Any pickers, any choices on which crystal? Not bismuth, all right? We are not doing this today. Not today, or maybe later, but bismuth's a little bit, it's not the first one we're looking at. We'll do second. No, emerald? Emerald, everyone does emerald. I wanted to do something a little bit different. You drew some of that today for Rocktober? Ooh, yes. Bismuth is very nice. Bismuth's very pretty, but look at all this. Do you think I'm at that capacity right now? We might save bismuth for a little bit later. But if there's no options, I'm thinking maybe either amethyst or rose quartz could be fun. Great. We have some very jagged edges here. Vote for sapphire, vote for quartz. Okay. Let's tide. Like garnet. Oh, that's 3 of them now. Yeah, I think starting off with just something jagged. That's 3 of them. We have one more name we can say. Otherwise, I'm going to choose from there. Rose quartz looks the most geometrical, so it might be interesting. All right. Rose quartz it is then. We'll do some of these. As I'm thinking, I really like this one. This is probably my favorite of the rose quartz. Let's go ahead and copy, if I can remember how to copy again, and select images, export. Go ahead and export, and then go into the screen. Garnet, 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 Garnet. Was there 2 for garnet? Oh, okay. Well, if we have time, we'll do garnet afterwards. So it'll be garnet and quartz. And then saying that, let me make sure I can see my references on screen as I'm drawing them. And I'll go ahead and, yep. Let's see, yeah, garnet looks nice. All right, back into Aseprite we go. And we can go ahead, I can go ahead and delete this one. And then I can go ahead and go, 1 second. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Let me... No, I was... 1 second. Let me do something really quickly. Go ahead and just make sure I... Okay, let's continue. Let me make sure I add it to here. And then drag and drop. And now we have a reference right here, nice and pretty. And then we are good to go. Yeah, very pretty, very pink. Garnets are so pretty, but you think it's difficult to get their color right because their color in reality works a lot with depth and transparency. Transparency, and you find it hard to replicate it properly in 2D. Yeah, agree. I'm wondering, maybe there's some garnet here. Look at this one. This is kind of similar to what we'll try to do. I'm wondering, is there a garnet? It might say garnet, but looking at it, can you tell it's garnet? This one looks more diamondish. Any garnets or anything that looks like garnet? Not seeing a garnet-y garnet, but possibly one of these is garnet. Garnet. There we go. It almost looks like it has clouds at the top. Yeah, it's so nice. Okay, on that said, let's start down here. We can extend the layers, but for now, garlic, the best gem of all. Okay, and in saying that, we can go ahead and do quartz, or rose quartz. Oop, quartz, there we go. Okay, and all right, so how do we want to do this? First, let's figure out some colors. I think that's always the fun part. I always get excited over colors. We want to make sure we capture that soft pink. Make sure we go to more reddish, I'm thinking. Maybe something like this. To be softer, it might be something more akin to that. Maybe a little bit softer, might be something more akin to this, though. The background doesn't really help in it looking soft. That's kind of a really saturated pink. Maybe that, if we get close to it. And then that's kind of a very shiny white. Garlic is part of gems, it's precious. Imagine a world without garlic, a nightmare. I agree. Garlic's very important. Top 10 priorities. Yeah, this and this. And I'm kind of just trying to figure out some cool colors to go off of. And then we can also do some maybe darker color tones. Maybe some of these. White like this color. And actually, no, there's no really dark color back there, is there? Let's get rid of that. So, actually, no, we'll keep it. We don't need it. You think for the rose quartz to look good, you will have to get the lighting right? Yeah. Today is the day. Today is the day I learn. I can do it, I believe. We just have to keep our angles in mind, I think is gonna be the really important part. And I'm thinking, let's use this color. It's not too saturated for it. And let's try 16 by 16. So go ahead and move this over here so you can see it from a distance and keep in mind everything. Okay. So how do we want to do this? Want to make sure we don't choose too many, right? That's step 1. I'm thinking we do either 3 or 4 chunks. That's step 1. Maybe lobby at least. Maybe there's kind of one up here. Maybe there's one that kind of juts out here. We kind of have that one that's up here, and that's it. Right? Maybe something like that. Maybe even one that kind of comes down here, and that's it. And everything else is kind of, oops, rounded. So maybe it looks a little something like that. Or it's a very roundish shape. And oops. Consistency. Or not consistent. Is it consistency? Continuous, that's it. Maybe something like that. Let's see. Maybe, oh, let me not copy it. Just trying to figure out shapes at the moment. So if not that shape, maybe instead what you can do, almost like making a house plant, but it's pink. You think so? I've tried making plants in the past, so I don't know if it's quite like making crystals. So maybe it's at an angle up here. Or let me make it a little bit bigger. Maybe the up angle's like up here. Great. And then maybe, again, we have maybe that angle up here. Like that. And then maybe we have that third angle, again, kind of juts out all the area at the bottom. So maybe something like that. Got a few options, and we can kind of mold and go as we see fit. And then one more. Okay. We have like this big, spiky, tall one. I really want to make sure it looks big. Or the big, medium, small idea. Something like that. And then we have that more medium-ish one, maybe over here. And then maybe the really small one down here. You're actually drawing some plants right now? Cool timing. Ooh. I always love me some good plants. I'm always trying to get better at plants. Not the best, but an attempt is made. Okay. So these are our 3 blobs. Of them, I'm thinking a good start would be this guy up here. That one's kind of my favorite at the moment. Let me go ahead and zoom out, and I will go ahead and make the canvas size bigger. Like that. Now, we can go ahead and copy and move it down, as I like doing it to show progression. It's nice to see the changes as you go. Okay, so in saying that, let's go ahead and try to do what they did with the outlines. I do like that idea. The first shape looks... It's a kind gem, I assure you. I assure you wholeheartedly. The thing is, we want to make sure we're getting off edges, but because it's so small, you have to... Remember, you can't do too much. So right now, I'm just trying to get a shape across. Trying to think about, okay, I know I can't do too much, but what can I do? I'm just trying to see about edges and everything. This is sharp, so maybe that's also an edge, or maybe it's more like that, and then this edge kind of comes down, and that edge kind of comes down. Maybe it's like that, right? You have your top side, then your that side, and then you have a side that maybe comes in like that. It's 3 sides. And then maybe, because this one's kind of diagonal, right? So it kind of comes down like that, maybe. And then, nah, we don't want it to overlap too much. So maybe more so like that, or no, we need it to go down, up. Like, nah. This is tricky. Trying to figure out the right edging. Well, outlines are nice. Love how they use that in some anime, but it's so it is so specific to the color palette in general. I agree. Yeah, they are very pretty. They are very worth it if it's able to be pulled off. I'll do some of that down there. Do some of that, and then maybe this. Oops, that can come down, and then you can keep that diagonal train going for now, at least, like that. And then this guy here needs to have that outline. And then maybe, let's see. This guy gets that sharp edge, like that. And then we have one side here, that topish side, and then we have the bottom side. And it kind of all comes down here. And then maybe like, oh, I can't see a little bit. It's starting to get lost. Okay. So we go back up here, and this is the tip, right? Yes, yes, okay. Maybe something like that. And then maybe even something like that to kind of help a little bit. So you have the top edge, then you have, maybe this can be a back edge. Though I don't think that's very clear. And then maybe this is the bottom edge, or nah. Maybe this is the bottom edge. You kind of just have this very flat side. And then you have the rest of this outline here. And this kind of comes down here. I mean, it does look like a crystal, kind of, sort of, right? And then maybe we have some spiky parts. I'm not sure what to do about this. I am a little lost. Maybe we can do this and chunk it up to being another portion, another section. Perhaps we can go ahead and copy it and move it somewhere else and give it another go. Let's see. Go ahead and, oops. If it will let me select, move this down here. Maybe down here a little bit so I can see. And that background, let me make sure it's filled in so I can see what I'm doing. Yeah, that should be enough space. And we can lower back that opacity so we can see. Like that. Okay. So I'm thinking and I'm doing. And I'm thinking that can be sharp, right? We want to make sure we have those sharp edges. It's very important. Looks like star shards from Stardew. Oh, hold on. Is it one of these? Maybe these? Only a little bit. If this is star shards, I can see it. I can 100% see it. That's what I thought. I'm like, oh man, I really like that color. Okay. I'm saying that, yeah. I could tell immediately what you were referencing to. I didn't have to know specifically the game, but I could tell. Let's see. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see a little bit better. And then, just trying to think, shards-wise, I don't think down here is very clear. If you zoom out that far, it looks like 3 ghosts posing for a picture. It does. Kind of got the little eyes down here. One kind of looks like it's leaning to the left. I can see it. 100%. Oh man, that's great. Maybe what we can do is keep this guy, and then maybe it just has this. Like that, maybe. And then, maybe it comes down all the way. Like that, and then there maybe is another part, or nah. Maybe something like that. Maybe we can make this a little bit more rocky looking by adding this guy in here. I don't know, I'm kind of liking our awkward looking pose. It does feel a little bit better. But maybe what we can do instead is change the, oh, if it'll let me, select. For example, this here. And then we can kind of take what we did up here. As I do like the, well no, it makes it look blocky. I think this makes it look sharper. Maybe if I just add that edge, for example, and maybe, yeah, that edge. And then maybe, no, I think that works. We can kind of mess around with the edges a little bit. Okay. And in saying that, maybe we can get rid of the bottom some parts. Maybe something like this to help show off that it's different fragments, perhaps. Possibly could help a little bit. And in doing that, we can now go down one. And then, what do we do now after step? Step 1, outline. Step 2, well, step 1, blob. Step 2, outline. Step 3 says, we now add the colors inside, I believe. Let's take a look back again. Yeah, outside, add sides, then add the colors. That's what I'm saying. This person kind of works in black and white, which is really interesting. I definitely think that's a good way to keep things focused. Yeah, okay, let's add the sides now as different colors, and then we'll add the sheen. Okay. So far so good, I say, and let me knock on wood that we don't run into any problems anytime soon. Fingers crossed. And saying that, let me get some water. Having the stream running in the background as you're working on BIOOW reminds you of having a tutorial guide you on the engine in the background. Yeah. What's BIOOW? I might remember it, I just might have forgotten it. But I'm curious. But yeah, trying to figure out what goes where, and I'm thinking and I'm looking at all of these guys, right? Because I can see down here. I like some edges, but I don't like other edges. Okay, so next up is choosing that dark color that we had, or figuring out a dark color. And sticking to the sides. Oh, hello, the one white bean. Welcome back. Let's see. Make it darker. And actually, how do they do their sides? Ooh. We have to go all in. Got ya. Okay. Basics in overtime. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do recall that. Got ya. Okay. Now I'm trying to figure out the sides. Right. This is a side, this is a side. this is all aside. Well, do we want to do outlines? And I kind of like the idea of an outline. So maybe I'll try to keep in line with the outline idea. And I'm just trying to make sure these bottom parts of the gems remain the bottom parts of the gem. And trying to make sure that they're parts, but I think, I don't know. Kind of have this side array here, right? And I think because the geometry is a little bit off, it's not working as well. We can go back up here and just take what we have as that's the reason we make copies, so we can try out different things and see what works. Back up here, one thing I did do was add that guy there. That guy goes back up there, oops. And I'm thinking what's throwing me off is these guys. So maybe this gets changed a bit to being its own entirely. You know, I'm Halloween? Yeah, me too as well. Spooky month. Let's go ahead and go back up here. Maybe this gem can kind of come in the front. Or maybe, As I'm looking at the top or the bottom left one. So it kind of has its own sharp part. It kind of gets driven into the side, right? This is that one side part. And then there's another side part here. And then that one side part kind of has all of this come down, and then this kind of comes up. That's what I'm thinking, at least. Let's see. We can kind of fill this in, and this one might work a little bit better than our other one. I'm kind of seeing that, oops. That guy needs to be changed a smidge. Maybe we can add more ink here, like that. Make sure the sides are tended to, and I think that one, so this one's might be a little bit clearer than the other ones, just a smidge. Here we kind of have this one versus this one. This is a little bit easier, I think, maybe. So I can go ahead and grab this and move it over a smidge and zoom in a little bit here. Okay, and then go back over here, grab that color we had, make it a little bit more saturated as well. Dark but saturated, I think, is a good idea. And now let's try, well, actually, hold on. Erase un momento. I think this area, this edge has to be fixed. Like that. Okay, I feel whole now. We're all good to go. We'll go ahead and copy. Oh, copy. And then paste. And then, okay. We can grab that color I saved. And then, let me double check to make sure. Yep, okay, we're all good. Okay. Colors, sides. I'm even thinking maybe we can just drop that down. Right? It kind of helps with clarity, I think. And now, we just need to make sure our interior sides are good. Again, with the crystals, we have one part that's up, oops. One part that's touching the light. The other part's kind of dark, right? The dark side. So we need to make sure where doesn't the light touch? So maybe here for Center Roll for its life in 5 minutes. You're making him a little debut piece. Reactive unplayed actor. Good luck, good luck. Let's see. So maybe like that for the dark side, or maybe it should be more like that for the dark side, as what parts are in light? I think this is in light, and that is in light, right? And then what parts in deeper shadow? Maybe we can even go a little bit more red and make that in deeper shadow, that in deeper shadow. And then we can go ahead and blot all of this in to be a little bit easier. I think it's maybe a little bit too red. We need to go back a little bit. Pink. Go back. Return. I also think maybe a little bit more saturated. Like that can help a little bit, maybe. And then let's see. Yeah, these two colors have to be a little bit different. If we make it that color, then we can kind of do this. And then maybe this can be separating them. No, I'm not feeling that. Trying to think. Trying to slush it around in my mind. Okay. Reference time it is then. If we go back up here, even with this one, right, you have that dark up area here, and the bottom is light. Dark up, bottom light. Light, up light, bottom dark. There we go. Right, up here light, bottom dark. Up here light, bottom dark. What is mine? Up here light, not bottom dark. I think I'm saying a pattern. Hold on. Let's go back over to the concepts. Up light, and the lower you go, the darker it is. But even up here, it's a thing of, these are kind of all one color. If we go down here, again, yeah, you can kind of see, even if it is all the same layer up here, it's different color still because it's reflective, which makes sense. The top layer is going to be light, but it's going to be lit differently. I do kind of like the idea here where it's that sheen, or that really sparkly sheen of the light catching everything. So maybe that's what we need to do instead of changing the color. We just add that for the outline. So we can go ahead and... Oh, wrong. Hold on. Wrong screen. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. And go here. Okay. And now we can take another look at what we've learned. And I'm thinking, for starters, this can be a bright pink. Maybe something like this. And very bright pink for the edges, to show off it is an edge. All of this is edges of the inner edges, at least, of the crystal. To kind of show off, hey look, this is an edge. Maybe it can be even brighter. You know, that'll just look saturated. This one was really fun. Oh, I'm so excited to... Did you do the rose quartz? Oh no, you said this one. You've tried both 32, and 16 by 16. Yeah, I am struggling. It's a fun sort of struggle. I definitely think I'll do a lot more crystals in the future. They've been fun. Struggle but fun. Ooh, okay. Let me check that really quickly then. I'm curious. Oh, alright. Oh, I see the bismuth. The bismuth looks really nice. I like it a lot. Got those spiraling corners. I'm not at that level yet. Where's the best to post them? You don't want to flood the art channel. Next, for tomorrow, I'll make sure to have a section in the Discord for stream arts. For people who want to post their work-along streams, I think that'd be a good idea. You actually checked out the typing demo and had to say, being able to just stop and look at your keyboard without losing your streak and looking for the symbol is heavily up, but you do lose the score. So you're able to stop, but you shouldn't stop for long. But I'm glad you like it. Maybe something like that instead. Let me go ahead and copy this and undo all the color changes I made. Like this. And paste it. Right, a little bit of a difference, but I think maybe I'm just not too sure quite yet. And then saying that, let's go ahead and do the top part. That would be this area, right? So go ahead and do a lighter pink. Well, more light and saturated, I'm thinking. Maybe something like that for the top tip layer. That's what I'm getting. That's the feel I'm seeing. The commas screwed you up so much, the commas. I had to add a little bit of trickery, but I'm glad you liked it. What I don't like is this, whatever this crystal is, it's hard. It's always hard, but oh boy. We can figure it out. We'll be good. We'll be fine. Okay. And saying that, maybe it's because the crystals are really big. These are really tiny crystals, right? That's why they look a little bit easier. I say as I have no idea, and if I were to try to actually do it, it might not turn out that easy. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of just clusters, and they kind of build out the cluster areas. Wondering, is there... Yep, there's crystals here as well, where you have a section, you have that middle breaking part. Kind of looks like the rose quartz, right? A little bit less reflective-y, but still very jagged, and that's what we're going for. Even here, it kind of shows that prism idea I had a little bit better. I'm a-thinking. You're staying, you're lane and win at Pong. You love the evolution stones? Are these on here, right? Evolution stones? Yeah, you bested me at Pong. I'll give you that one. I do like these. I like how you can see inside. That's why I included them. is the fact you can see inside and you get a sheen and you can tell it's translucent. Okay, when saying that, I think we should try something a little bit more akin to this one. I think that would be best. When saying that, I'll grab this Pokemon one. I believe this is, what, 32 by 32? For this sprite size, which is a lot bigger. They have a lot more space to work with, that is for sure. And I can go ahead and go We can look at this up here. Or zoom in a little bit. And how can we change our thing to be a little more like that one? Oops. Just reference-wise. I go back into my rose quartz and go ahead and... Actually, no. I'll take the rose quartz from here. It seems to be... Step 1 is making that outline that we had. Let's see. We'll just grab this color and... Oh, that helps. Your 32 stuff looks more like the Pokemon stuff, yeah. I mean, that is... Maybe it's more akin to that style, then? I'm still definitely learning more about different games and how different games do things. Different games do things. There we go. Maybe it took inspiration from that without knowing. Oh, no. Okay. So here I'm adding an outline to see if that helps a little bit. We might make it brighter depending on the layer, but I'm thinking adding this outline will help it seem more crystal-like, hopefully. I'm kind of just trying to follow along the art style and art pattern of this here, where they have a dark outline, right? It's more of a black outline, but I'm doing a colored outline here. So then after that, let's see. It looks a little bit better, I must say. Just a smidge. They kind of have a lighting area kind of going around, right? It's not exactly white. Maybe we can go a little bit pink here with our lighting sections, but you can see up top, the very tips are bright. When sticking to that, let's try to make them more saturated like these are and brighter. Maybe something like this. Is that an icy rock from Pokemon? I will have to guess that it is. These are Pokemon sprites. But welcome, welcome, Curly. And most likely, yes. I don't know the names of stuff, but there's a bunch of Pokemon sprites up here. All these guys. If you're saying it's an icy sprite, I can believe it. Looks like one. And I do like the way it looks. I'm trying to figure out how to make it look more sharp. Well, in saying that, let me zoom in a little bit less. So about here. And looking and thinking, okay, maybe what we need instead then is to take this color, like that, oops, like this, and then, makes sense, yeah, of course. And then maybe make this brighter, maybe like that. I keep making it very violet, it seems. Let's lower that saturation just a smidge. That's very pretty pink, one of my favorite colors. I mean, you can kind of tell. I kind of have that pink on me. It's a little bit less saturated, though. All I'm trying to really figure out is the edging. I mean, they have at the top is a... Oops. Don't let me select. We can do that. And now, let's see. They have this outer lining where it's bright at. Each time it's an outer lining, it's a bright color. So this would be... This here is in light. This here is in light, and this here is in light. So in saying that, how can we convey that? If I get this, and then maybe... Pokemon really likes their dark outlines. I like them. Yeah. I usually don't like black outlines, but Pokemon makes it work. This isn't even this green. Not even green. It's red. Yeah, they make it work. I do agree. Okay. On saying that, let's try going in the brighter lines up here, very less saturated, maybe even purple, and then making the lines that are touching the light. Which ones are touching the light? All of this is touching the light. All of this is also touching the light. This can be brought down, and it's fine if we do it this way and this side. This is also touching the light, I'd say. All of these are touching the light. I had to take a guesstimation. And in saying that, if I make sure we go into color mode, the grayscale, you can kind of see it's brighter, but not really, right, from a distance. That's where these kind of come in and making them just a smidge darker. We'll kind of take this, go down a little bit, and this is probably darker, really dark compared to everything else. So I'll make sure it's saturated, go into purple. Ooh, needs to be more saturated. Yeah, but I'm not really feeling that. I think maybe it needs to go back up to pink, possibly. Be darker. Maybe something like that. And then we can kind of figure out from there what to do with this lighter color. Oops. There we go. And it's interesting as well, you can see it's translucent by the back of the rock going through, right? So maybe what we need to see is a crystal going through it. It's gonna be a little tricky in the beginning. Okay. I'm saying that, I'm trying to think of lines and their colors. Maybe then we don't even make that purple. Maybe this becomes that pink. They make it continuous. And then, okay. Let's go back and refer to, up here, right, we have that bright tip, and this is pink and purple. I guess maybe that's what I'm thinking. Ultraviolet, pink, and purple. I don't want too violent. So maybe, what we can do is maybe even make it a little bit more purple. Maybe something more like this? Now this is that warm pink that I'm looking to keep. Let's go ahead and copy that. And grab this. And then we can kind of modify it a little bit. Pokemon, yep. This is a Pokemon sprite, you're correct. Got a bunch up here for some references, as I really like the look of them. This is Pokemon Black and White. Surprising how so many people can instantly. But welcome to the stream, Toon. Welcome indeed. Let me zoom out a little bit so I can see everything, and let me zoom you out a little bit so you can see everything too. And I'm thinking, okay, let's try going back into concepts and seeing how they did their lighting. Wait. For this one at least, we have one light down here, one light up here, one medium, one dark. I think that's a good idea. And then after that, we do a really light color down the center. Let's give that a go and see if that... Oh, my computer died for a second. Let's see if that helps. Go back to Aseprite. Okay, let's try dividing it into colors. I think that might be a little bit helpful. So back here, we can do this crystal. This is our medium color. So we need to choose a light color. Well, actually, light would be more saturated, and maybe like that. And then for our dark color, we can go even darker, cooler, maybe more so that color. Not sure if I like that one. Maybe move it back over a little bit. Maybe something like that. And now let's just try separating out everything. For example, this is up here's light, down here's medium, and the other one's dark. Let's try to keep that pattern in mind. Right, this is light, this is medium, and then this is also medium. And then this guy here is a little confusing. I'm thinking we can maybe even do that. Might look a little bit better. I can't tell. Maybe if we kind of move it a little bit, make that part more like the image, maybe more like this, and then we can kind of like that, and then oops, mold it a little bit more so it can kind of fit a little bit better. Kind of looks a little weird now, doesn't it? Let's go back a little bit. I think maybe just making this part also pointy might help. So for example, maybe something like that, and then oops, something a little bit more akin to this, but maybe a little bit sharper. So maybe even more sharp. Like down here, type of sharp, and but then it doesn't look like rose, right? It kind of needs to have that prismy feel to it. So maybe instead we can have it come to this tip, and then have it have those two sides. And kind of erase, and then thinking more something akin to this shape can help. And then inside we have this, and then here we have the lines, so it's kind of like comes this way, and then something along that lines maybe, but I don't think that's looking quite right. Maybe it can be a little bit different. Maybe it can kind of slide this way instead, then maybe it kind of comes up like this, and then like that. How does this one look instead, do you think? Not sure how I feel about that one. This wouldn't even be all the same. I'm trying to think the top layer, right? That's this color up here. This is your top, this is your medium, this is your dark, and I definitely think the color's gotta be changed just a smidge. This is the... oh, that's not the right medium. Hold on. This is the light. This is your medium, which is already that. Okay. In that case, crystaling so hard, I'm attempting. It'll happen one way or another, you wait. Go ahead and select, what color do I need to select? I'm gonna select this color, that color, and this color, and then go back and do our light color or medium color here, here, and here. Oops, like this. And this is that line that separates all of them. And then this is the dark color, just so we can see a little bit better. Just join the server. Oh, welcome to the server. It's a little hard to manage Discord and stream at the same time, but I will definitely officially welcome you once the stream's over. But thank you for joining, Abraham. Happy to have ya. Let's see. I'm thinking it's a little bit better. It just needs to have a better shape to it, I think. And I think the colors are also off by a lot. Maybe we can take... the shading looks nice, thank you. I think it's something about the colors I'm not liking. Maybe this needs to be brighter? Eh. I think it's the shaping that's doing me a little bit of injustice here. Maybe we can kind of just... you want to get from one of you guys? You don't need that shading, do you? You don't know you like the other colors more? Now it looks like a stack of sausages. I do agree, something about the colors feels off. Maybe it's the stack of sausages. I can see it being that. Here. You can definitely work on the colors a little bit more. I think something is off. I just couldn't tell what. Something like that, and then this is the line. And then... like pink crayons! Oh no! No, there's no crayons here. And welcome, Zach. Welcome. Okay. Yeah, we definitely need to change it. Give me a second. Let me round these guys out a little bit, as I don't think they're very crystally feeling. Yeah. I'm not really getting crystal edges, and I'm trying to work on the shape a little bit. But I definitely don't want crayons, oh boy. And you move this guy a little bit, and then maybe see about one of these. Maybe, perhaps. You kind of do this. They look like very... no eating the crayons. Not allowed. Don't you dare. Not on my not on my watch. There will be no crayon eating here. If you look at the other crystals, they fade from light to dark instead of a hard outline. I want the hard outline just because of an outline. We can definitely shade it in later. Do you think it should be... Actually, well, maybe what you're thinking of, and I'll show you up here. No, concepts. When you say that, it makes me think of this one, right? Where you have the very bottom is dark, and then up here the top is very light. I do like that idea. I'm thinking here where we take it apart in sections and then kind of divvy it up. There's different ways, and I definitely agree. Yeah, very dark at the bottom. And even with the crystals on screen, they're different. There's that light at the top and then darker at the bottom. You tend to reserve the outline color for outside of the sprite and only occasionally use it within the sprite for hard separation. I'm just trying to figure out lines at the moment. Gotta save that precious space. I agree, yeah. And now I'm just trying to think of crystal separation. Like maybe this one can kind of come up, but that doesn't look like a crystal. I think I had it for a second and then I lost it. I quickly lost it. Pink sausages, pink crayons. Okay. This is tricky. Just going back and forth between trying to figure out which shapes I like better. Giving them a try and then saying, alright, I like you better. How about you come with me? No, actually, you know what? I like you better. You come with me. And I think this one's a little bit better. And then we can see about shapes. As, yeah, colors, alright. That's a nice one. Yeah, I kind of like the angle a little bit more. Tried to come up with different variations, but I think that combination works a little bit better. Maybe even take this part and pop it down a little bit. And in saying that, okay, let's copy, save our progress, and try tweaking it a little bit more if it'll let me save our progress. Move it to this little guy over here. I can zoom in a little bit so you can see it a little bit better. And I'll grab the, was it the ice crystal? Move it down, that way that's also visible. Okay. And in saying that, I'm curious to see as well if that light idea works a little bit better. Oops. Like that. Where, it'll let me select that one, paste it. I want to try out the shading idea. Let me find it again. Where we have all the same color, kind of a different lighting, and then we add some cool translucent particle effects. Let me copy, or do one of these if it'll let me. Copy, and then I can go ahead and paste. Just so I can get a better idea of what I'm looking at. Okay. And then back down here, let's work with it a little bit. And by that, I mean colors. Maybe the lightest pink would look better if it were less saturated and a little lighter. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the light is off. I'm gonna grab our old pink and kind of rework the shapes, I think. That's what it needs at the moment. A bit of a reworking. Or this is the light, and then the dark. The thing is, those pinks are really saturated. But then again, have to remember, can't always be true to what's going on. Maybe it's more purplish. And then we need that light, so maybe we go up here and make it warmer. That's so warm, my eyes hurt looking at that. I'm gonna save it, but I'm not gonna use it. Okay, maybe more like that, and move it up a little bit more. Maybe a little bit darker. Oh no, this is the light color, right? It needs to be lighter. Probably something like that. Okay. When saying that, Crystal kind of has that up area. It then kind of has that medium area. Oops. Medium area. Maybe that up area kind of has that line on the side that kind of shows, hey, look, bending. And then this up area comes up here. And that really only stays like that. Maybe it comes down here even to show off. Hey, look, there's lighting. Maybe this down here then also comes down to show, hey, look, I too am in lighting. And then down here, or maybe even like, trying to figure out how to show it's an edge, but I don't know if that's possible. Something like that I think might be a little bit better to show off the edgy part. And then this kind of also has a shine to it in a way. I think that's the glowy effect. For now, let's just keep it simpler. You can go back in and then also add this as the one line. And then this is also, let me make sure it's the darker pink, or no, the medium pink, which is this pink. Fill that in, as this is the medium pink. This is the medium color. So that gets medium, that is medium. And that medium is, never mind, we threw out that medium. This is the moon medium, that one. And then the dark color is this guy. Maybe then we can also do this. And I'm just worried about this here. So maybe we can do maybe just a darker color to show off the difference, or maybe even something like that to show off the difference. And then, nah, I kind of like that double part there. The issue is just the additional sections. Maybe, yeah, this section right here is the tricky part. Maybe because this is brighter, it goes up a little bit more. Maybe more so like that. Then the rest of them can kind of be up a little bit more. And then, oh, I actually kind of like this a little bit better than the colder pink. And then maybe this one can go up and a little bit more to make it different, as it's still dark. Maybe something more like that. Maybe a little bit colder. Oh, I don't know if I can tell a difference now. This one kind of looks a little bit brighter. Maybe we can take this one and make it a little bit more saturated and... it looks a little better, I think. A smidge. I want to separate that line out. So we can kind of... this area here too. How can we show the difference? And I'm thinking maybe if we make this area lighter? Like that, maybe? To show off, hey look, this is a different section. So maybe more red up here. Maybe even here to show off, hey look, it's right up here in this area. And then this light can be turned. This has to be a, I think maybe a darker color, maybe like this even. To show off it's just different, right? Maybe something like that to show off it's a separation. And then make it darker. No, never mind. Thinking maybe make it saturated or more red. It's not too bad, but I think that's a little bit better, right? Than pink sausage. How's it looking along now? Let me grab some water. That's a nice one. Oh, did I already read that? I think I might have missed it. Oh, do you mean that's a nice one in terms of color? Let me put these colors over here. So I can copy and paste you. There we go, there we go. Okay. And in that case, let me go ahead and slide you over a little bit. I want to get to the cool magical effects. But I think overall, right, this is the shiniest bit, and now we can add maybe that lighting edge, right? That really bright color that kind of separates everything and shows us, hey look, this is an edge. For example, maybe it kind of goes like this. Actually, never mind. I don't quite like that too much. Maybe more so like this. Kind of shows off it's shiny. Maybe here to show off again that shiny section. Maybe even a little bit less angular. And then here can kind of show off, hey look, it's the shiny portion. Maybe a little bit less bright. Maybe one of these instead. If it'll... Oh, okay, there we go. I kind of like the white. I think the white works. Oops. Maybe something like that. I'm then thinking maybe if I double click and do this, we can also make this outline here area also brighter. Right. That might be... Right. These do look more like crystals now. There's the separation between leftmost and middle is too subtle. We can try, yeah. And thank you. It's a work in progress. It's just about trusting the process. That's usually what it comes down to. Let's see, I'm thinking of adding a lighter shading here, maybe a little bit more pink. And then all of this to show off, hey look, it's the shiny portion of the crystal. Can we even maybe... No. I think that's a little better. Yeah, I think it's a little better. You think, let's see, leftmost and middle. Ah, this area right here, right? So perhaps we can, maybe, is that where this comes in at? That line there? Maybe? I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see crystals a little bit more. Maybe this can even come in, but oops, like that. Maybe only one line, oops, of that. No, let's look at the values. Maybe that can help a little bit. Let's see, grayscale, and if I look at it from far away, yeah, I can see what you mean. I definitely think the values are helping. Maybe this light one's a little bit not that much different from this one. I have to make it, oops, this color, or maybe even make this one a little bit lighter. That's a little bit better. This can also kind of get a little bit of a lighting touch. And this can also, oops, Like that. So, does that help as much? Let me look. Grayscale. No, it doesn't really separate it. I have to squint. And if I'm squinting at that point, not being too helpful. Maybe, oops. Oh, not auto select layer, oh boy. Not, maybe even a little bit more like that. Nah. I do like the separation, I just think maybe the light has to be brighter. Maybe that's the issue here. Like that. And some of these. And then we go back into color mode. Looks like a ham/crown with a shine. That's a little better. Now it's just not a crown. Or crayon. There we go. I think that looks a little better. I can definitely tell a little bit more, but it might need to be a little bit more distinct with the colors. For example, this pink shading might need to be a little bit darker. Never mind, not a little bit darker. Maybe something like that instead. Oh, I'm changing everything. That's not good. I like to see the changes and stuff when it happens. We'll try the color mode again, and I definitely think that's a little bit more distinct. Now, as for the separation between these two, maybe it's a darker pink. Or something like this. Maybe even darker. Like that. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe it's best to do like this. Kind of show the difference in outline, maybe even like that. Oops. To show off the separation. Kind of helps a little bit, maybe. It's still looking like quartz. Every time I think it's quartz, it's just, well, no, that's good, never mind. If it's looking like quartz, it's good, that's great. I was so confused on why Minecraft quartz looked the way it did, but as I'm doing this, I keep running into that quartz shape. Right? Let's see. If I copy, oh, come back over here and paste, right? It kind of has that quartz feel to it. It has this top up here, this medium one here, and this, well, okay, short, medium, small. Embrace the shrimp. Yeah, that's the feel I'm getting. The quartz looks like quartz. Yeah. That's good. That's great. Yeah, I'm seeing why they did the things they did, which is nice. I always wondered why quartz looked the way it did, but I think it's time we embrace the shrimp. I agree. Okay, so in saying that, I want to try some cool effects and see if we can make it look more crystal-y. For example, up here with the colors, if I go back into concepts, the one time, just because it is actually quartz. There's kind of like these really foreign colors up top. Some of them, quartz shrimp counterwind. The shrimp quartz again. This is too, but it's okay because it actually is pink quartz, so it gets a pass this time. But I'm thinking, you can see, right, how there's these circles and dots and everything, splotches. I want to see if we can fit that in, but it might be a little bit difficult just because of how small it is. But we can still try. Okay, so I'll make a new layer. Maybe add purple to it. And I want to go in, for example, just this bottom layer here. And add a bit of a overlay to this area. Show off the very dark parts. That makes sense. We'll see. That one sprite will haunt you. It will haunt us all. And then if I go ahead and do maybe multiply. Maybe it has to be a different color. I'm not really getting the magical feel I thought I would. Maybe it needs to be... what was it? Maybe screen? It kind of works for the tips, right? Okay. Change of plans. Move this to the top. Like up here. And make maybe the tips nice and shiny and pink. Add a bit of flavor to it all. Like this. And like that. Something to this extent of just letting a bit of shine, right? Oh, speaking of, before we do that, let me make sure I copy so you can tell the attempt here. I kind of like the pink it's got a little bit more. You can kind of keep messing around with special effects maybe. You can kind of see how there's a lot of purple in that one splotched area. And maybe we can add a very violent purple in this area and see about adding some colorations. Yeah, there's kind of a edge here. Maybe we can follow this edge here. And then there's one kind of down here. And that shiny part. So maybe we can go ahead and add multiply. How does that look? Maybe lighten. Maybe a smidge of lighten. Oh. Not sure if this lighten part's gonna work as well. It might just be the wrong color? Maybe it needs to be softer purple? Like this? Maybe lighter? Is it lighting it? Okay, it is. Maybe something to this extent. Maybe we can add a little bit of that under there, but I definitely do think this is better. I do see this as an improvement. Not sure about that purple splotch though. Let's go ahead and delete that. And then maybe what we can do instead is well, add that dark part. That's what I wanted to add. The last portion was adding a dark area along the bottom that kind of just shows off it's a dark portion of the right. So maybe we can even just take this and multiply it. Let's see. Ooh, that's an interesting color, isn't it? Maybe we can come down and nope. Okay. Let's go back up then. And maybe lower the opacity. Yeah, maybe we can do burn. What does burn do again? Never mind. Burn burns. We don't want some burning. Maybe a hard light is what it was. Like this, maybe? Something a little to this extent. Where it's a little... It is a little hard. But just to show off the layers, maybe? Something like that to show off the deeper edges. Let's see. On, off, on, off. I definitely think it helps a little bit. Just a smidge. Maybe we can add an even, yeah, I definitely do think it helps. Maybe even another layer here to make it much darker. That might be doing a little bit too much, but we'll see. I mean, multiply. No, maybe. Difference, exclusion. I do find it fun to mess around with settings. Lighten, no. Multiply, no. Maybe color burn? No. Might need to be a different color entirely, maybe. Ooh, I do like that color. I'm thinking now is where we add the really popping purple. Maybe even a darker purple. And darken. Where do we go? Hard light. Nah. I think those two layers just give it a little extra oomph. But I think it was missing initially, right? This compared to this feels a little bit better. Maybe what we can do lastly, I'm thinking, what else about this quartz looks very nice and shiny? Maybe that is all we need. Now for this white, I'm wondering if we can maybe grab a really bright white or nah. I think it looks fine the way it is. I think that white difference doesn't really make a big difference. And if we go out and go into, what is it? Color mode? Grayscale? There's definitely a difference, right? Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Especially down here, you can kind of tell more, right? Because of the color. What is it? The color range, the values. Because it's darker down here, lighter up here, it's a bigger contrast, and I think that's what really helps this versus this one. With that, I think we're done with our rose quartz. So let's move on to glass, and then if we have time, we'll try garnet out and see how that goes. Okie dokie. So I'll go ahead and add here, what was this? Screen effect. And then, yeah, it's a subtle change that I think helps. Right, highlighting the tips and highlighting the bottoms helps add that little oomph that I think it was missing. Okay, and speaking of, yeah, class time. Okay, hard light. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and just make this all new group. Call it rose quartz. Okay, and then it should be closable. And I'll go ahead and just make this new group. Oh, hold on. Iron. There we go. Close it. Okay, And also close the games. Now, we can go ahead and get rid of the Pokemon Black and White. And now, glass. Oh boy, oh boy. Now, I definitely think translucence is a little tricky. Wonder if those crystals taste like strawberry? Oh, strawberry sounds good. Strawberry crystals to eat, like rock candy. Also, welcome back, Kazuhara. It's been a second. Welcome indeed. I can see it being rock candy and having a strawberry flavor. I used to make rock candies all the time. Indeed. Okay. So the notes I drew about class was from this video compilation by Miss Slav 1-Bit Studio. And we go back down here. Draw by not drawing. It has great explanation. There is, you can kind of see up here how there's a lighter side. Oops. Let me get a pencil. Where did my pen go? Okay. Right up here we have the in light. And then down here we have dark. And then here, this area here, let me use different colors. Because it's reflective, this up here, I wonder if, oh, I did read that, okay. And then here, because it's reflective and the light is going through it, that's why it's also dark, bright at the bottom. And then, let's see, define shape, add highlights, and teardrop because sphere. So keeping that in mind, I thought, well, I wasn't sure what type of glass objects we could draw, but I do have a few ideas. I'm open to other suggestions if you do have some. We'll go back into peer off. And then as you can see, if we go to glass. Okay, so here are some glass objects now. This would take a second as it is rocks and plants and dirt. But of these, I'm thinking maybe the simplest might be doing a crystal ball. We also have up here a fishbowl, wine glass, and a jar. Jar could also be interesting because it's a metal piece with iron and everything. You have to keep in mind this is 16 by 16. Now what do you think? Maybe we can start with this simple glass. I say simple, quote unquote, but this glass jar, and then see about maybe adding some wine in it. But I do like the idea of the, you can see it as well, look. That shape that we had, or I was looking at, though it's not very teardrop. It's very simple, you say. Hold your horses. Thanks to this stream, we discovered that PureRef can use GIFs and text and draw. Yeah, it's a new update. It wasn't like that. I think it happened at the beginning of this year. It's very nice. Indeed, a thing of just, that's not teardrop. Right. The upside down reflection of the crystal ball would be very difficult, but cool, yeah. I'm not even sure how you do this. This is like fisheye lens. You also realize your emotes aren't sending because you're sub-expired? Oh no! I appreciate the thought. I do indeedy. Okay, so I'm saying that. Trapezoidal? Yeah, I'm getting more trapezoid. It's giving more trapezoid or more rectangular. Let's see. If I go back into draw mode for a second. More so like this than like this. Which they were suggesting with the oops. Send me back. Where'd I go? Here. More like this. Less like this with the teardrops. Okay. So in saying that, let's go ahead and I'm thinking, yeah. Let's do wine glass and see how well that fares. You can kind of see there's reflections on this side, right? Kind of around here, and you have to make sure to keep in mind. Wine glass seems fun, yeah. And we also have to keep in mind the through, because you can see the back layer. Definitely there's some illusions going on here. You have the bottom, and it's also kind of shiny. Okay. Let's see. It will definitely help since I am in the process of making a cafe game. With or without wine. Let's do without first, and then maybe do a version with, as it looks a lot different just as glass. Once you add the insides, I think it changes, as you can kind of see it reflects that inside that the world has. It kind of turns it upside down. So for now, let's give a go at without, and then maybe do within. So let me go ahead and download that image and move it over to the proper screen so I can see everything, keep everything in mind, and save, export, scene. All good to go. And then go back into Aseprite. Like that. Get rid of this rose quartz. We don't need her anymore. She is no longer here. And as it's exporting and taking a little long, I think I exported it wrong, hold on. Images, save, export, select images, and export. Yeah. I don't know what I was exporting, that was about to be a lot. Okay, move it into screen here. And there you go. Here's the glass. Okay. Glass is lost, and then see where this goes. I'm not too sure. I'll go ahead and do a new group. Call it glass. And then put that in there. Call it glass. Okay. And then, what can we notice about glass here? This is, I believe, Stardew Valley. That's why it's over here, I would assume. A Stardew Valley bottle. There's not much detail on here, which is surprising. Maybe because it's not a bottle. The slime actually has that teardrop idea. Right, you have some light up here, light up here. If we look through some of these, here for the Minecraft bottles, you have that shine up here, shine down here, light up here, light down there. I think that's gonna be super important. What else do we have? I was thinking pearl, but you can see this detail on pearl is just, it's a lot, right? But I like the colors. I think it's very soft. Gotta keep in mind reflections, that's what I'm seeing. And if we go back to the potions, a little different, right? You have that outline, and then you have, this is shiny, but this is not, I guess, to give that round impression. And then if we go into here with Terraria, it's a little hard to see. Thought it might be a useful reference, but now that I'm looking at it, I don't think so. You can't really see what's going on, and I could not get the PNG. So in fact, I'm just gonna close it. Okay. Glass jar, what do you see? Let's start off with just the blob, the classic blob, and go from there. And since this background's a little bit different, maybe we can use this background just to make sure we can see our whites and everything a little bit clearer, while also still seeing our backgrounds. Let me make this a little bit brighter. And never mind, I can't see a thing now. So we'll definitely need a white color. We'll need a, how do we want to do with colors? We could do greenish gray. We could do bluish gray. We have options. And this would be our greenish gray. We could also do a bluish gray. There's also the purple gray. It has such variety. But since we're doing, we'll end up doing wine. Maybe the green is a good idea to help it pop out a little bit more. When saying that, we can go ahead and grab that green. We won't need too many dark colors, but we will need some. I'm thinking maybe this for that hard edge I'm seeing on the side. And then maybe one more. So this is medium, this is dark, that's light. See how far that gets us. When saying that, 16 by 16. Let me go ahead and move us back up. Don't delete what we're looking at. About there. Maybe even a little bit more centered. Like that. Okay. We have kind of the glass. Kind of goes around. If anything, why don't I just take the circle tool? Not worry as much. Like maybe it's like that big. I definitely think it's a matter of figuring out sizing. But if it's this big, maybe then we have the outer line and then, oh, you know what we can use as well? Good old handy dandy symmetry tool. Let's give it a go. Go down, go in the center, and then move it. Like, oh, hold on. Might need to be one wider to be even. Like that. And then maybe even come up a little bit. This might even need to come down one to kind of show off the... it doesn't look very round anymore, truth be told. Maybe something like that might be a little bit better. Might have to work on that, as kind of looks like it's going like this with it. And then we can just fill that in for now and figure that out later. We have that. Oops. If we make sure the continuous is on, we have that kind of rounded edge, then we have that pole, and we have that outer edge. Question of, do we want to do outlines? And I think the answer to that is yes, as we did outlines with the other ones, and it won't look right if it's not all outlines. So go ahead and grab this, and then, let's see. We can kind of do that, maybe these. And the thing is, if maybe if we do like this, it can kind of look like it's going around. Not too sure on that part. Kind of looks like a trophy, doesn't it? So go ahead and copy it and move it to the side, like so. And then you can kind of try to toy with it a bit and figure things out. I think it's the perspective. We don't necessarily have to have that perspective. Again, it doesn't have to be like the picture. It can be its own thing. But maybe it can just come up a little bit. Maybe something like this. And then like this. To show off that it is round. I definitely think it kind of looks a little less trophy-like that way. Maybe instead what we can do is, if it'll let me, like that. Maybe instead it's less. And down here, maybe it's more akin to this. Oops. Like that. It is looking less. You think the top looks way too square? The bottom, oh, this part, this top. Yeah, maybe that's it. It could be the angle. I'm messing with shapes right now. Maybe something more akin to, this is a little bit better? I quite like that. It's definitely feeling more spherical. And then maybe we can do the same here at the bottom. Let me grab back my handy dandy symmetry tool. Maybe that bottom can kind of go, the bottom can kind of arch up a little bit. Well, now it looks like you're looking up at it, right? It's definitely not the look we're going for. Maybe now it can be rounder at the bottom. Like that. Maybe. Kind of feels more in line. Try maybe a few more and then kind of go from there. And then also, noticing that is not the same. Okay. So we will M to grab and yoink. Oh, hold on. All my windows just collapsed. Okay. Select. Double select. Paste. And then U. The handle is just way too wide. Maybe something then like this. Like that. Oh, that's not too bad. You can definitely see that one played out a little bit better. Maybe it can be a taller. You can select this cell, bring it over and maybe change the height a little bit. For example, if this were taller, how would it look compared to? The bottom should be smaller than the top. That's true. Only making the bottom part of the top a little fatter might be better. We can certainly try. Maybe... The bottom part should be smaller than the top, making the bottom part of the top fatter. You mean wider? Like this? Maybe something akin to this, making a little bit wider and taller. Now it definitely doesn't look like a wine glass. Looks more like a light bulb. I kind of think this one fit the most. If we do it from top down, we can kind of mess around with it a little bit, but I think this one is the one we can base ideas off of. So I'll move us up here and paste this, and we can give it a go. Okay. While I'm looking at this reference, what I'm thinking is instead, is we're not looking up at it, we're looking like that. Right? Then we can see all the edges. Otherwise, maybe we can see as if, well, no, if it's from that other side too, right? Then it also is like that. Okay. Let's try to look at it from those two ideas. We can go ahead and track that see-through area. The green portion at least. And then we can go with the light sections. So maybe we bring back this guy. And then this is light, as this is the front, and then that's the back. But if this is also all light, it might look something more akin to this, where the light's coming from up here, right? So it's light up here, but then it's also reflective on this side. And then I'm thinking the colors are off. Let's make this a little bit brighter. So I'll take this actually, and then I'll make this darker. Maybe a little darker. Maybe something like that. And then... I'm definitely feeling... What is it? It's like this weird item in Minecraft that's translucent. I'm wondering, and I'm thinking, and for example, we could add this here for that shine, right? And then a shine up here, maybe? But it doesn't look very shiny, does it? Even if it's just that one. That one doesn't feel right. This is definitely the trickiest so far, I think. The bottom of the glass kind of has this dark color to it, right? And since I'm getting stuck, when in doubt, look at some good old references. Let's see how other people have managed to do a wine glass in Pixelart. I can go back into my Firefox and then just search up Pixelart wine glass. I see. People don't make it as difficult as I'm trying. Wine glass. They will pull you into PureF so you can see. And you can take a look. Alright, down here with our glass. You can see here, maybe, is it full only? But for this one at least, you can kind of see how that tall at the top near the bottom, this one doesn't have an outline. If we go look at this one's a little bit more akin to what we're trying to do. Right? It's a lot bigger though, but this one's more akin to it, where we have that outline, and then you can kind of see it wraps around, and you can see over it, and then there's kind of the lines. I do like this one. And then, let me see if I can choose one more. Yeah, this one is tough. The 16 by 16 has to be an odd width to not look silly. Yeah, oh. But I don't like odd widths. Hold on. I don't know if I can commit. Oh boy. This is gonna be tricky. Okay. Here we have wine glasses. Some of them are filled. Some of them aren't, but I like the shape. And I think this one's probably gonna be the best to reference, as it is the nicest to look at. And instead of using actual clear through, let's use blue to help a little bit in that transparency feeling. So I'll bring this back over to Aseprite. Okay, on stating that, let me make sure this guy is not on top so I can see properly. And yeah, so I'm thinking doing it over top looks a little better. Hello, Signal, welcome. If it's more like a chalice, I feel like that would be better. Something more akin to this. Maybe even with this down one, make it look like that. That feels more glass cup to me. And then move this guy down. I'm thinking we also add that line. Yeah, if it's even though, it looks so weird. I'm not prepared. I like my even shapes, but if it were to be even, just watch the joke and you're confused with reality. Interesting. But hope you liked it. Okay. So if we made it one wider, that'd look weird. Or maybe not until we push this in. Like this. And then maybe raise this up. Blender time. Good luck, good luck. Move this up. Right. Does this help? Look more glass-like when I do even. Yuck. I do have to say, I do agree, but I don't like it. I don't have to like it. So select this and then... Oh no! Yeah, I don't like it at all. Okay, that's fine. Everything's okay. Okay. In that case, we can kind of try to round this out. Like this? Oops. Like that, maybe a little bit. It's becoming a martini glass. What's that? Hold on. Am I doing the wrong glass shape? Does it need to be taller? Martini glass. Ah, the triangle one. I see. I can see it, yeah. Maybe we can make it a little bit longer then to help show off its length like this. That help a little bit, making it look less triangle. Okay. Yeah, I definitely do think the roundness helps. Kind of like a trophy without being a trophy. So in saying that, let's go ahead and copy this guy and move him over. And now, I think filling him in with just a color would be helpful. But for now, I'll go ahead and just make this light color the light color, and then we'll go and do the other color as the other color to help differentiate instead of just being see-through. I think that helps a little bit. Like this. Right now it's looking more cup-like. And let's see. And saying that, this area would be in dark, right? Like this. Like it is in the picture. And then this area is kind of more in light. Like that. But then the reflection is why I'm thinking we have some of this in the dark. I mean, in the light. But, Just leave mine and then send them all together at the end and not spam? Sure. Do whatever you think. It's still a learning process. But yeah, I'll definitely have a stream, well, a section dedicated, as I would like to see art that other people are doing that are related to this topic. It's always nice. And I appreciate the join along. So you finally managed to do a cover art for Blender's song. Half the song isn't even finished yet. Aw, I wish you luck. I do know Blender's difficult. Okay. And I'm wondering, maybe that bottom can kind of go up. Maybe, hold on. Let's see. Next time it's like helpful doing it along with someone else. I'm glad. I definitely do like doing these studies, but doing them on stream has been really nice. Next time, finish song, then do art. Yeah, gotta get your priorities. It is nice to do art alongside someone. Especially, I have no idea what I'm doing, so doing a new topic on things I don't know is always fun. I'm just trying to see if carving it— ooh, I don't like that, right? Because it looks rounder compared to all the other cups. Let me show off the cups. Like that, maybe? And I don't know about the actual lighting part, but I do like the roundness compared to everything else. It feels rounder. Maybe even we can do, oops, some of that, and oh no, it's becoming too round. I like this. I think that works. And with the line and the color, maybe doing something like this. And kind of show off it's shaded. And then you have this area here that that's kind of shaded. Maybe something like that. Every time I think of this technique, I just think about Minecraft's reflections in their bottles. How it's just a few pixels. You think you got an even width design to work? Oh, good. Congratulations. That's good. That's great. Yeah, this is tricky. I will admit. This is hardly tricky. Okay. I think the colors are messing me up as well. The dark might be too dark. The light might be too light. But this is the outline, and I think maybe that's why. Maybe if we make the outline a little bit darker, but not too dark. Close, but not too close. Maybe something like this instead is a little bit better. Not as harsh compared to the other one. Oops. Let's see. Light greenish gray is gorgeous, and you're just realizing it would look great on your walls just in time for renovations. Oh, I'm glad. I do like me some green, if you couldn't tell. Something like that instead, I think is a little bit better than the really dark one. Let's see. I think it's definitely a little bit better. Not a little bit, a lot of bit better than this one. But this one is tricky. Maybe we can do— oh, I also realized— am I doing this in the right layer? Okay, I am. Oh, never tell. But that swoosh, how will we even do a teardrop? Maybe something like that? Is Pixelart hard to learn? Your guess it's basically placing pixels, isn't it? Yeah, I'd say while it is hard, it's easier than typical typical pixel art, typical digital art. Pixel art's just all about knowing where to place the pixels at. And once you understand the idea of where pixels go, it makes it a lot easier. And you only have a very limited space, so it helps in the fact that there's only so many ways you can place a pixel compared to digital art, well, other digital art ways where you have a lot of canvas, so you don't know what to do with it. But I'm struggling. But it's a fun sort of struggle where even small changes like changing the width, like this one, or the height, adding the corners or removing the corners changes the entire look of the pixel. It's very nice. I'm thinking maybe like that, or this is tricky. Maybe I don't want to do one dot. Maybe no. Maybe nah. I think this one's the best. And then maybe the dark one comes along this edge. And then maybe this comes through. Oops. Like that. Yeah. I think this might be the best. It makes it quite nice to get into it because you learn a lot from tutorials. Yeah, the majority of pixel art is knowledge. Yep. There isn't really physical technique. Yeah. It's just about learning where pixels should go. It's the thought process that goes into it. I 100% agree. Just figuring out, okay, this looks off. Let's try squishing it, or this looks off. Let's try pushing it. Pushing and pulling and over as you go, like with the Foley. As you go, you understand more about it. Example, this up here versus this down here. They both look cute. And in saying that, yeah, this one looks more like a martini glass. I agree. And I think this is as best as I can do glass for now, at least. If we go back to Minecraft, and what are we looking at? Okay, maybe we should try that. You can kind of see the light up here, and that's what I tried to do, right? I had an area that's light and an area that's dark. Are there any benefits you can bring along from pixel art which you can translate into other types? I'd say the ideas behind shading, color, and perspective are all things you can transfer from any section. I definitely think I didn't start off with pixel art. I started off with regular digital art, but because I had knowledge outside of that, it's helped me able to understand colors a little bit better and also helped me understand perspective. I never touched lighting, but for example, this is lighting, so it's struggling, but I think it's a lot easier to understand than if I were to try to do a bigger piece. But overall, yeah, there's the general ideas behind art, such as this side is in light, this side is in dark, and if it's pixel art or if it's digital, it still applies. Or this is perspective. You can only see this much because you're closer or further. Those sort of things. And in saying that, maybe this part up here is in light and that is in dark. Maybe down here is in dark because it's underneath. That's a little bit better. Maybe it's the glass that it's in. That kind of helps a little bit, right? Hold on. I feel like I've been bamboozled. I think it's the color that's throwing it off. It looks like glass when I remove the color. Yeah. I got frustrated with typical art, so I went over to pixel art, and I still get frustrated, but it doesn't happen as much. I can figure out why something is wrong and figure out how to correct it. And I think, yeah, it was the issue of it being green. I think that helped with the glass being, it's glass-like. Maybe we can even make it a little less saturated. Maybe a little darker. Something like this might be the glass. Maybe even... We gotta separate it at the bottom now. I don't think we separated at the bottom. I think this is a good glass cup. If I had to guess, this is the best I can do at this point, and later on, I can give another try. But for now, I will copy, and then I'll undo, and then let's try adding wine into it and seeing if, by adding a liquid, does it make it easier to understand? Maybe try making cyan instead of greens? Is this the closest? Ah, that is a good point. I agree. Maybe it's my colors. Hold on. Yeah, I think it's the green. that made it fill off. Yep. And then here I go to blue. And then fill all that in. Yeah, I think that was the issue. Maybe even... I kind of like this one a little bit better. We'll grab this guy. And then if I go down here... And... down... Issue is the background kind of makes it a little bit tricky to see. I'll move it to a lighter background where it's a little bit more complementary. Okay, and then, let's see. I'm thinking maybe brighter? Like, maybe like this? Let me zoom out a little bit to make it easier to see. Or maybe at the very least, we have this here to show it's transitioning. Okay. Maybe. Needs a little bit of effects. Maybe we make it 50%, and then we do that. A semi-anti-aliasing where it tries to... I'm trying to smooth it into the other side. And then we can even grab this one. Maybe even make it brighter now. Maybe make it more yellow and warm. And this side can go against that side and maybe hopefully make it look like it's shining. This might have to also be blue to help in showing off that it is shiny. We can maybe grab this color. Oops. I'm grabbing the white. Out of that. And then... It does look more like glass. You know what type of glass it reminds me of? Hold on. Oh, I don't think I'll be able to find it here. No, there's blocks. Here, right? That blue and the white. That is exactly what it reminds me of. And since there's blue in this kind of streaky area, maybe I can just add some light up here. Like that. I'm getting glass a little bit. I definitely think that helps. Thank you. Yeah, I think that 100% makes it a little bit better. Maybe we can even add a smidge of a change here. Yeah, thank you. I surely wouldn't have been able to do it without you, as I'd be stuck on green, but yeah, I think this. Now, the question is, does the anti-aliasing help, do you think? And the question, or the answer to that is, I'm not too sure. If I back this up and make sure it's the same color block, as that changes a lot of things, and zoom it out a little bit. I think it helps a little bit in making it rounder, just a smidge. You can't really tell when you're really far away, but from this range, I think it definitely helps. And let's see, side is the most dominant and feels more comfortable. And oh, okay. I didn't read that right. Hold on. Okay. Let me restart. You know what I thought about watching some posters? Oh, hold on. It's placed into contact. It makes more sense to place all the initial content on the right side of the picture, since for most people, being the right body. That makes sense. The anti-aliasing makes it look so much better. Thank you. Side is the most dominant and feels more comfortable. I agree. I think right makes it kind of better. And then, thank you for the good job. Anti-aliasing helps out a lot, honestly. You love it? That's good. Okay, yeah. It adds a little bit more curving, as I think anti-aliasing is there to help it being smooth. It's helped to add a little smoothing, and I'm wondering maybe if I do this? Does that help if I add a bit of shine to the bottom? Because it is the bottom. Let me make sure I add to a lighter area. Oh, hold on. Up a little bit. Yeah, I certainly think that helps. Okay, and in saying that, let's try adding some line now. And no, we'll take this guy. The guy that we had. And is this the same one? Nope. Okay. We're moving along. It's just I always like seeing how it starts and then slowly changing the more I make it and kind of seeing the final result. It is nice. Okay. Let's go ahead and add a layer below the glass layer. And let me make sure it's in the same. Yep, okay. And then let's go ahead and add a red. Now for red, these are cool colors. Maybe we want a really deep red. Ooh, that looks quite nice if I do say so myself. From now on, your characters are gonna look to the left of the picture. That was right. You look at the right side of the picture. Oh, my OBS died for a second. Did the stream stop? Are we good? Are we okay? Let me double check. That's a little frightening. Hold on, hold on. Okay. It paused a little bit. Yeah, I got a quick notification. Hey, something's wrong. It's up though. Good, good. That was a little worrying, but I'm glad, I'm glad. Okay. I'm wondering, what goes down here? Where does this go? Huh? Hold on, let me look now as... Actually, we have some references. Let's take a look at those. And I'll move us back to here, and we can see. So in a wine glass, there's glass reflection here, and then there's darkness. Even here, it's all glass. Hello, Rame. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, they handle this part. I'm not too sure what to do about that. I'm just thinking we keep it glass-like. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. And hold on, let me pull it back up so I can see everything. Yeah, the character is placed on the right side where you're comfortable with, and they look to the left to fill. Oh, yeah, composition. Composition is always fun. Okay, we'll go back to Aseprite. Yeah, the handle part. Oh boy. Okay. The handle part, they kind of have it a little bit darker. Maybe fill the handle with white to make it seem full. I thought about that, but I don't know if I like the way the white looks. When I'm zoomed out, it looks a little bit too bright. It's kind of taking away from everything. So maybe we use a less bright color like this. Maybe? You looked over to see how similar ours are? You're struggling with the hand. I can assume it's pretty similar at the moment. Let's see. I want it to not blend in with everything, but I also don't want it to... I don't want it to pop. If I add white, it pops a lot. Maybe make the left and up of the handle white, and only the right handle a little bit darker. So you mean... Oh, hold on. Up here can be light? I don't know, I added this here dark, but I could do this. Maybe a little bit to make it feel a little bit less light. Inside the handle? Oh, Make the left up of the handle white. Left up. Do you mean up here? Or do you mean up here? Let me open back up stream so I can get them a little bit faster. You're fine, you're fine. I know YouTube is a little bit laggy. Let's see. Maybe we can make this one lighter up here, right? And then as we get darker, maybe it can get a little bit darker. Like this. It's not all the same-ish. Maybe a little bit darker, but we don't want to blend in the colors. That's my biggest worry at the moment. Step back. You go ahead and do... It would have frustrated as well with such a small space. Yeah. That is the tricky part with 16 by 16, but you can always go bigger if need be. I don't think that's too bad though. Yeah, so you're thinking, I see. I got it in the end. Message was a little delayed because of YouTube, but I'm thinking what you're thinking. It's working out. Okay. And if I go back out with this light color, I mean, that's not too bad. You can kind of see it, right? You can see the edges. This part looks light inside, and then this part's kind of dark. Not too bad. Maybe we can even add a mixture of the two here. Like there for the base, possibly. That might be doing a little bit too much. It might be making it a little bit too muddy. So if we go back into our color mode, rescale, I don't know. Gotta think on that one a little bit. Let me grab some water. You also forgot to point this out, but the right sheen should be lighter than the left sheen since it's closer to the light source. Hold on. Like the cup part of the glass. Let me look. Okay, so the right sheen should be lighter than the left sheen. Do you mean this part here? Needs to be, oh, this one. Reverse it, right? Like that. And let me grab that color. Like this. Oops. Like that, right? Yeah, got ya. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Shading is definitely part of my kryptonite, so I appreciate it. Yeah, I can see what you mean though. Because it's closer to the light, it's brighter. Makes sense. Okay. The left one should be a lighter red since it's inside the cup. Yep. It's like instead of blue. Oh, you mean add a hue to it? Oh, we gotta get to the basics, but yeah, I agree. That'll be a nice thing to add. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I just want to make sure the handle's good before we start messing around with a few effects. So if I go back into color mode, I think this is good for now, I'd say. We undo. We can go ahead and move this guy. Oh, well, select this and move this here. And then select the back layer, move that there. Oops, I forgot to copy. Paste. Movie back. There we go. Okay. And with that said, let's name this the line layer. And then the handle's great, thank you. It was tricky, but you helped make it a lot easier. Had to step away for a bit, that's fine. Welcome back, and thank you. It's a work in progress. Okay, and saying that, how should the wine look? Should it be a little bit full, you think? Like, ooh, I quite like that. Okay, it's not 16 by 16, but imagine. I just want you to imagine. Close your eyes. Maybe it's like a drop, right? It's kind of slooshing back and forth. Something like this. Maybe like that. Okay. I'm not good at slooshing, but I'm thinking. Also, what is the upper left red? Looks a little off. You mean this? That was just to put in, if that's what you mean. I didn't get around to messing with it. I just put that there for temporary reasons. Trying to figure out the shape. I'm thinking you can kind of fill it up like that, or you're fine. Maybe something like this would look nice. Not entirely full. It's kind of sloshing around, but maybe because it's sloshing, it should be not sloshing. Maybe this can kind of curl in like this. That doesn't look right. Let's go back on that. Maybe it can kind of go up and down, like, nah. I mean, if we fill it all in, it's not that bad. Reminds me of a Minecraft mod. Singwin. Let's see. Kind of doing that makes it look less full. And then pulled double rating today in a temple. Congrats. You gotta flex something. Oh, yeah, congrats. 2 5 stars is very difficult, so I applaud you. Okay, maybe something like this. If we make it, nah. I think this is best overall, maybe. Maybe we can add some color as well to make it look a little bit better. If I go back in and look at our wine reference, which we don't even have, so let me go ahead and export selected images, export. And I'll go ahead and get rid of this guy. Double rating though, wow. Oh man. If only I had that type of luck. It'd be a different world. And I can go ahead and do... That's how it's supposed to look. Hold on. What is this weird scaling? Okay, will you... No. Hold on. How do I unlock it? Oh, there we go. No way, 3 pities is just... Yeah! It's crazy! And congratulations! Indeed. Okay. There it is. Now it is not smooshed. And what I'm seeing here is it's kind of halfway. You think if you press Control F, it should fit the image to the screen, which should make it easier? Ooh. You don't say. Oh, hold on. Oh, well, thank you for that. That is... It's making me greatly appreciate it. I'll remember that for next time. Wide wine, yup. If you want to add a little whooshing to the side, opposite of the whoosh should be smaller, so it's always the same amount of wine. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, like this, right? Very wide indeed. This would be whooshing, right? But if we went still, it'd be like that, and I don't know how I feel about still. It kind of looks a little... It looks like the other one, which is good, but... I don't like the whoosh a little bit. I'll go ahead and copy and paste it. We can kind of compare and... Oop. Compare and contrast, I say as it zooms out. Grab that and then, where's my select tool? Copy, paste, and there we go. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, if it's up more to like this. Oops, wrong layer. So if it's up more like this. Yeah. Right, and people would spend hundreds of money. Yep. It's wild. Okay. Well, back to red wine. Okay. I think I kind of like it filled up. Maybe even up to here. Might be a little bit better to show off the lighting and everything once we add it. But I also kind of like this because it shows more of the glassy feel. I feel like I get less glass vibes than this one. Maybe it should be the best of both worlds. Maybe... No, I think this is fine. One up seems a little bit better. And after that, we need a bright, maybe a bright saturated red to go in between. Wouldn't the liquid look nicer with some shine where the light or wine isn't that shine? Yeah, we're adding shine as we speak. Some saturated red. That's what I'm looking at in the picture. I really like how shiny it is. So maybe a shine like this, and then maybe even brighter. Like this. For some shine. How does that look? I don't know if I'm feeling shine. Might need to be a little bit different. No, that looks a little bit too straight lined, right? Maybe something like that, and then we do the line at the edges. It kind of helps, I think, in showing off everything. For example, we could do this to show off the side parts, but nah. I think that's a little better. Right? The shine should be more to the left since it's... You make a fair point! Gotta think about lighting. Okay. Hold on. Fair point indeed. Okay. We'll make that the light one, medium one, a dark one. And then we'll go ahead and fill all these in. And you're saying it should be more something like... Probably wrapped around like this, right? And then maybe the medium one is like that. So something like that. That does look nice. I do agree. And then what we can do as well is, yeah, thank you. You're very good at lighting. I appreciate those skills. They help so much. Okay, and then as far as the sheen goes, maybe we can just multiply. Bring it down a little bit, and we'll probably have to change the sheen color itself. Yeah, it's handy. I'm wondering, color-wise, how we can make the sheen. Might have to do a little bit of voodoo magic. We'll see. So I can go ahead and delete. And then I'm thinking maybe we can come in here and copy, new layer, paste. And then the only the left sheen would be redder. Oh. Because it's in light, right? It's redder, so it gets that more reddish hue to it. And if that's the case, we can go ahead and go more redder. Like maybe here. And then... Oops, not that dark. Way too dark. Like that, and then like that, and this. I think I'm just messing up the colors a little bit. But I get what you're saying. This guy right here has to be different. The question is, how? And I'm gonna go ahead and try to answer said question. Maybe what we can do instead is, as this is the sheen layer, now we can add red. Not quite too sure yet. I'm thinking actually because the right sheen is in front of the line, so it's only afflicted by the color of the glass and the light, whilst the left one is behind the line. Left is behind, right is in front. I definitely think we're going to need to do a second stream on light. I kind of understand it, but it's so confusing. But I think just a whole stream of maybe looking at like church glass, mosaic glass could be fun. It would help. It would be very painful, but it would help, I think. Let's see, we have light in, nah. Screen, nah. I wanted it to add a reddish hue. Maybe additive? No, definitely not that one. Overlay, maybe that one. Maybe a soft light. Does that one work? No. Difference? It might be because it's white that it's a little bit tricky to add to. But I'm gonna go through these and see if it helps. Yeah, lighting is really tricky though. It is cool, yeah. If I could understand lighting, oh man, better watch out. There's so much I could do if I could only understand. Halfway there, I tell you. Let's see. I'm not halfway even. I am like 1% of understanding. I'm looking and I'm checking though. Maybe it's something like this. It's a smidge of a difference. I think maybe kind of helps. Maybe we can even duplicate this and then I think that's good. What do you think? Kind of helps. I think it's this very subtle difference, but I think it's handy. And I think we certainly don't have time for Garnet. But I very much like the help from understanding light, as I don't think if I understood light it would work as well. And yeah, we'll do more light. And since we don't have time for Garnet, how about instead we look over at Discord? Garlic. We definitely don't have time for garlic. But what we do have time for is looking at some Discord. And in saying that, since it's a little bit too big, let me see if I can set up the screen so we can look at what some people drew for designs. Oops, wrong screen. Oh, no, okay, that is the right screen. 1 second, let me maybe go here, and then I can go ahead and do... Oh, those things die. They died for a second. You posted a cool drawing and art? Sure, let's take a look. Since we have some time to kill, let's take a look. Let me go ahead and copy and paste. Oh, wrong layer. And go ahead and look in Discord. That should work. And then, yep, we're all good. Okay. And then we'll go into transition. We'll say hi, Discord. It's work in progress, of course. Okay, so here's spooky. Oh, it's a little bit hard to see. Hold on, let me copy and maybe paste it into PureGraph. This is, I do like this iron. Let me zoom in a little bit. Okay, this is a little bit easier to see. Sure. Feel free to share. I always like seeing art. I always like seeing art, artwork in progress, any of the sorts. And I'll go back here into PureGraph so you can see a little bit. You posted a better view low. Oh, okay, good. In that case, I'll go back into here. The cover art. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so we have Lisa below. This is the sheet metal. Is everything bigger a little bit below? I really do like the sheet. It's so tiny. So let's see if we can do a little bit bigger. It's so small. I do like it though. Let's see. Ooh, what's this? This is the cover, I think. Trying to make bark on this tree. Trees are hard. They're very difficult. But here's the wine glass. Okay, yeah. I think I'm gonna pull it in, but I do like it. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit bigger. Let me copy all of these to make it a little bit easier. Let's cover Spooky first. And then we will do you, Abram. Did I say that right? Okay. Let's go in here and paste. Yeah, this makes it a little bit easier. So we can go back into PureGraph. Take a look at Spookies. Overall, yeah. This is really good. I really like your use of lighting. I think maybe, let's see. The lighting's coming from above, perhaps? And then we have, maybe the lighting's coming from up here, I think, right? The lighting, let me join the code. And you should just be able to do exclamation Discord. There's also a link under YouTube you should be able to find, but oops, I sent in them the wrong thing. But indeed, just look in the description and you should find it. Oh no, I did do it in the right one. Yeah, I like the outline. I think maybe I have to go back and add a darker outline. I do like that, and I like how it's that one flat layer adds so much. And then this rose quartz. Oh, that color. Yeah. I like it a lot. I think you definitely have a better understanding of shading, and I'm gonna have to look at this more in detail to see if I can snag some cool ideas, as this is really good. As for that foil, yeah, you did what I was thinking with the whole bend. And doing that bend, it has a nice touch. I really like it. And here with the iron, yeah, making it more rock-like and adding more color also helps. Were you able to figure out how to join Signal? Here, if not, let me go ahead and where are we at? Should be under here. And I'll copy the text and I'll send it in YouTube. Well, I'll just do this. There you go. Since it doesn't want to send it, I'll send it. I'll do it myself. Okay. Indeed, like, because you had to change the orange, it gives a whole different feel. It feels more medieval, and I really like it. And even bigger, yeah. It's crazy how much more you can do when it's bigger. And the rock shape still stays about the same, which is really nice. And the sheet metal and everything. Yeah, oh, okay, good. Let's see, yeah. That sheet metal looks more solid. Kind of reminds me of roofing tile, I think. But this, oh man, it's just bigger. And you have a really good sense of scale. Yeah, and I see the kind of fragmented areas with the colors underneath. That's really nice. And oh man, that wine glass. I gotta get there to that level, but I really do like the lighting. It's very nice overall. Really well done, spooky. Okay. And I can go back into here. And then let's take a look at who else is here. Alright, Wreath the Cake. Let me copy her. And go ahead and reopen. Where are we? A little turkey. You think you're still learning to light stuff yourself? Yeah, you're doing wonderful. So this is Ray the Cake. Did I say that right? And your bark. Your work in progress bark. I mean, bark is a very difficult subject, but I really do like these signs, and I like the anti-aliasing. I'll smooth that out when you look at it from really far away. I'm excited to see what it looks like fully done, and I really like the leaves. Leaves is also something I struggle with, so I can appreciate a good leaves, yeah. I'm excited to see the full composition. The greens are very vibrant, the yellow's a nice soft, but yeah, very consistent style, I agree. And yeah, look at the anti-aliasing. It's slowly but surely getting completed. That's really nice. Okay, next up is Abraham. Let me copy and let me paste. I can figure out how to paste. Okay, here we go. Wine glass time. Look at it. It's wonderful. It's very great. It's the trouble of figuring out the lighting. I definitely think you or me are on the same mind track with figuring, okay, left, light, bottom, dark. Easy. And you can see it kind of adds that shaded feel you can see from far away. I don't get that part. Your picture's too big. Oh, I say. Thanks so much. You think you'll probably finish it in like 5 hours? I wish you luck. Oh man, I do need to work on some other art. We have the light at the top, bottom dark. Yeah. And I like the colors as well. I'm getting more, it's a very deep sanguine red, but it's still red. Can Photoshop reduce file size? I'm not too sure. Kind of looks like an upside down potion. I know there's a way to rotate it, I think. I do not know the way to rotate it, but I think there is a way. But I can see it, yeah, like a health potion. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, let's see. And here is an example of the blend tool. Ooh, okay. Hold on. The white changes with the light, yeah. It adds a reflective feel. I think that's the way you describe it. I'll go ahead and copy. I might have to download this GIF. So I'll go ahead and save image. And then I should be able to reopen it in here. And this is also from Abram. Let me go ahead and reopen this. And we have here a lovely GIF. It's interesting to see how you use the, well, you said blur tool. I'm seeing a lot of gradients. I like the warm colors of the sunset. Yeah, and the birds. Oh, that's a good detail as well. But it's a very warm piece. I do agree. And the lighting and everything. And I will always remember now, horizontal equals horizon. Never mind, you're gonna send a screenshot? Sure. That more than works. And we have a little bit more time, so feel free. Yeah, these are great. I always like saying, Pixelart, colors are poppin'. That's such a weird word. Poppin'. I can see it, oh man. Yeah. And then take a look at this bismuth. Let's see. Oh, down here, art for your upcoming song, I see. Ooh. Not pixel art, but I'll take a quick look at it. Is it alright you send me from your finished drawing? Sure, sure. You still have a little bit of time. And if I don't see it on stream, you can always send it in the art chat and I will always look at it after stream during the weekdays. But this is really nice. I do like it. And this was in Blender, right? Yeah. I'll look at it more in detail once the stream's over since it's not Pixelart. Yeah. Oh, okay, I did read that. Candy corn water? Yeah. Does look like candy corn. I agree. And candy corn's the best candy. You can't tell me otherwise. It's not disgusting, it's delicious. And if you don't like it, give me your candy cane. I will take your candy cane in payments. An investment. Think of it as an investment. I'll take all I can. But yeah, I agree. The lighting. I think, what is it? Rim light? Yeah. It's such a different art style. And I think that's why. Blender, I see. Got ya. Okay, ready the cake. Ooh, these are big. It makes it a little bit easier. We'll go back over to here. Alright, this is alright, yeah. Okay, look at these! They're adorable! I love the colors. Oh, this is Vagar, isn't it? I know that little leprechaun skin anywhere. And I love the greens. Got a little bit of a sunset and what was this, dithering in the background? Lots and lots of dithering, yeah. I love a really good green art piece. It always looks so nice. Yeah, Vagar! Oh, it's wonderful, and I really like the glove as well, and the eyes. Nice. Let's see, what else do we have? Ooh! I like the colors on this one. It's so vibrant. It's wonderful. Is this, oh, it's supposed to be a car on a road? This is very scenic, yeah. Yeah, one way true to get me going is just vibrant. And I like how you can see the sun through the window as well. Yeah, I made that one for a friend of mine. Lucky friend. And this is supposed to be Mew, so I'm guessing maybe it's a Pokemon piece, though I'm surprised they're a cat and Mew, but I really like it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It looks like a Mew. And then we have one more. I really like this one. Yeah, these are really, really nice. The eyes are so wide and big, and you can see some anti-aliasing across the sides, which is also really nice. I'm always trying to get better at noticing anti-aliasing. But it's nice overall, yeah. The parental advisory thing on the last one was so cool, for real. Which one? This one? This one here? Or which one do you mean? Also, is this, what is it? No, I thought it was Miku for a second because of the hair and it looks like music chords, but I also really like this one. Always fun to draw clothing. Trying to get better at that, but the colors. Yeah, the car one, I see. Yeah, it looks like a very somber road trip, I'd say. There we go. Very somber road trip. There we go. But with that, and after looking at this cord and get all of them in here, I am gonna have to look at your business in detail. That one's so surprising. As, yeah, corners, edges. Couldn't be me. One day, not currently. And so with that said, I'll bring us back to the screen. It was fun spending the last bits of stream looking at people's artworks. Maybe that's what I'll start doing, as it's nice, especially if people are also attempting to do stuff. Very fun. The first one is a fan art for your favorite artist ever, Tanger, and the car one is for another music artist. Ooh, yeah, that gave off music cover vibes. I could see it. But with that, I am gonna go figure out how to save these files and everything. And let's see, tomorrow we're doing space. It's gonna be planets and stars, galaxies, clouds, trying to cover that topic. And after that, we'll be on Sunday for some programming, and then we'll start all over again. And we'll figure out what to do next week for celebrating 500 subscribers. And with that, I wish you all a wonderful afternoon, good night, or evening, depending on where you are. Yeah, thank you for the stream and thank you for coming. It's always fun, especially the participation. I really love to see it. Do pixel artists also use assets, or is everything from scratch? Well, it depends. You can make your own assets, or you can use some other assets. You'll have to make some more stuff for Blackberry Nebula. Yeah, truth be told, you inspired me to do the space again. Your space art was really good. And I wanted to get better. How are cloud space? What do you mean? Nebulas. Hold on. Yeah, nebulas. What do you mean? Look up nebulas. Nebula. There. Nebula. Those are clouds. But yes, indeed. Everyone's art was amazing. And I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. There we go.